Chapter 1458. Happy. Perhaps it was because their master had a close connection with someone they favored, allowing them to feel comfortable and receptive to that person's presence. Xiao Yunduan was pleasantly surprised by this turn of events. Throughout their journey, apart from trailing behind Sun Bai, Yi had been at Xiao Yunduan's side, dutifully attending to his needs. His honest nature, minimal words, and earnest approach to tasks made him a dependable and reassuring presence. On one occasion, Qiao Xian had playfully teased Xiao Yunduan, suggesting that Qiao Wei had become so shameless that she had tried to get close to Yi when she discovered that he was brought back due to Mianmian's influence. Qiao Wei was supposedly attempting to win him over with her beauty. However, in truth, she hadn't made any efforts to use her charms to sway Yi's favor. In Qiao Xian's view, her willingness to express mild concern for Yi, engage in pleasant conversation, offer him occasional treats, or reward him with a few taels of silver was already a substantial gesture. Yi should have felt flattered and indebted to her. Yet, Yi remained completely indifferent to Qiao Wei. He didn't spare her a glance, let alone engage in conversation. Qiao Wei, who had humbled herself, was left seething with frustration. Upon hearing the news, Qiao Xian couldn't contain her glee. Qiao Wei's audacity seemed to be growing with each passing day. How could she be so self-assured? This further solidified Xiao Yunduan's belief that Yi was a worthy candidate for training. Not to mention the glowing praise from Sun Bai, Sun Qian, and the group of guards, who were astounded by Yi's innate divine power. Thanks to Sun Bai's tutelage, Yi had gained more control over his celestial abilities and developed increased agility. Yi was both astonished and deeply appreciative of Sun Bai's mentorship. Although Sun Bai hadn't formally taken him on as a disciple, Yi regarded Sun Bai as his master. He understood that his present circumstances were a result of the fortuitous connection with Lord Xiao and Madame Xiao. Their kindness had saved both him and Mianmian, and his unwavering loyalty to them stemmed from the depths of his heart. As a result, whenever Xiao Yunduan assigned him a task, Yi approached it with unwavering dedication and meticulous attention to detail. Xiao Yunduan's satisfaction with Yi continued to grow, and he couldn't help but marvel at his wife's excellent judgment. With a mere thought, she had brought two exceptional subordinates into their fold. No wonder Qiao Wei was consumed with envy and anger. As Yi found himself thrust into the spotlight, Xiao Yunduan reveled in the joy of his accomplishment. Yi had never been the recipient of such passionate attention and adulation, which left him feeling awkward and unsure of how to respond. Yi approached Xiao Yunduan with the black horse and said, "Lord, I'd like to offer this horse to you. Could you please give it a name?" Xiao Yunduan cast a fond gaze at the majestic black horse and chuckled. "You tamed it, so take good care of it. As for naming it, well, leave that to my wife. She always takes a keen interest in such matters." Yi blushed and nodded, a shy smile on his face. When Qiao Xian, Princess Shuangfu, and the others finally arrived, the atmosphere had calmed down. Upon hearing Xiao Yunduan's praise for Yi, Qiao Xian glanced at Mianmian, who wore a bright smile. She remarked with a grin, "Yi possesses natural strength and has experience in the horse market, making him a fitting candidate for success. It's no surprise that he's been so fortunate. I've always known he's no ordinary individual. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1459. Naming. When Xiao Yunduan broached the topic of naming the black horse, Qiao Xian's interest was piqued. She playfully tugged on Xiao Yunduan's sleeve and chuckled, "Well then, what are we waiting for, dear? Take me to see it. Mianmian, let's go." Mianmian had riding skills, which had brought her along for the day's excursion. She outshone Li Xia and Li Qiu, who were now petrified on their horses, overwhelmed with fear. Mianmian blushed with delight, nodded, and followed Qiao Xian and Xiao Yunduan. Yi's affection and care for the big black horse were evident. The untamed and proud steed didn't readily approach humans, and at the moment, Ai was accompanying it behind a small hillock in the distance. He meticulously stroked and groomed its black, satin-like mane, and the big black horse seemed utterly content, elegantly enjoying the attention and occasionally responding with soft snorts. Qiao Xian's eyes lit up upon seeing the majestic horse. She expressed her admiration. What a stunning creature, this big black horse. Ai, you've done a marvelous job. Mian, upon hearing this, beamed with even more joy than if she were the one receiving praise. The two exchanged glances, leaving Ai too embarrassed to smile. He explained, Madam, Lord mentioned that he'd like you to give the big black horse a name. Qiao Xian was elated. She exchanged glances with Xiao Yunduan and said with a smile, Certainly, you'll need to ponder it thoughtfully. A magnificent horse like this deserves a name that's anything but ordinary. Mian chimed in, Madam's choice will undoubtedly be splendid. Qiao Xian drew closer to the big black horse, enchanted by its mane that resembled black satin. She couldn't resist running her hand over it. Xiao Yunduan and Ai were taken aback, almost reaching out to stop her. However, Qiao Xian's hand had already made contact. The big black horse glanced at her briefly, calmly swished its tail, and continued to graze, showing no signs of anger or resistance. Xiao Yunduan and Ai were equally astounded. This big black horse had a haughty disposition. It had recently acknowledged its master, and aside from Ai, it had shown no interest in anyone else. Even Prince Nuo had nearly been kicked when he attempted to touch it. Xiao Yunduan hesitated to approach, fearing he might meet the same fate as others. However, to his astonishment, as soon as his wife stepped forward, she began to caress the horse. Qiao Xian was unaware of what had transpired, but the horse felt so delightful to the touch that she couldn't resist running her hand over its coat. Qiao Xian grinned, how obedient and endearing it is. Xiao Yunduan was at a loss for words, while Ai was equally surprised. As Qingde's horses served as their sole mode of transportation, Qiao Xian habitually carried pine nuts in her purse. A few remained, and with her mounting delight, she took them out and offered them to the horse. The big black horse sniffed her palm and began eating without hesitation. It even swished its tail in delight and nuzzled its head against Xiao Xian, eliciting her laughter. She waved to Xiao Yunduan, calling, Husband, come over. Why was he standing so far away? Wasn't the big black horse handsome and attractive? Xiao Xian wondered. Xiao Yunduan smiled and nodded as he drew closer. When the big black horse suddenly looked up at him, he paused in his steps. Yet, as the horse continued to eat pine nuts without paying him any mind, he silently breathed a sigh of relief and cautiously joined them. He didn't dare to reach out and touch the horse, instead standing by and observing. It was already a remarkable achievement for them to be in such close proximity. They were faring much better than Prince Nuo. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1460, Close. Xiao Xian suggested with a smile, how about we call it Thunder God? It sounds imposing and mighty. Ai enthusiastically agreed, saying, Good. Hello, Thunder God. Thank you, Madam, for the name. From now on, it shall be known as Thunder God. Ai gently patted the big black horse's head and spoke with a grin, Thunder God. From this day forth, your name shall be Thunder God. Do you understand? Their shared laughter filled the air. Looking at Xiao Xian with admiration, Ai commented, Madam, you're truly incredible. You've managed to approach Thunder God so effortlessly. In Ai's eyes, taming Thunder God had been an arduous endeavor that involved many falls and considerable effort. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xian inquired with a smile, what's so challenging about it? Ai widened his eyes and nodded emphatically. Xiao Yunduan joined in with a smile, recounting Thunder God's haughty nature, which amused both Qiao Xian and Minmin. Qiao Xian gently caressed Thunder God's body, sharing an intimate smile as she remarked, "It signifies that Thunder God can discern people and his own kind. His spirit is truly remarkable. Come, Minmin, come and greet Thunder God as well." Yi happily waved at Minmin and signaled her to join them with a bright smile. Minmin blushed and shot him a glare. Qiao Xian pondered that Thunder God's lack of resistance to her approach might be attributed to her superpower. It wasn't inconceivable for Thunder God to feel a connection to individuals with wood element superpowers. She had an inkling that animals were often more sensitive than humans, which was the most plausible explanation. Qiao Xian couldn't help but wonder why Thunder God, who typically ignored everyone, hadn't resisted her. As for Xiao Yunduan and Minmin, it was likely due to Thunder God's relationship with Yi. Thunder God was a highly intelligent horse, and since there were no outsiders present, it felt relaxed and open to negotiation. That evening, everyone camped for the night. They roasted meat and enjoyed wine, creating a lively atmosphere. The grassland was cold at night, so even though she sat by the fire, Qiao Xian wrapped herself in a thin cotton cloak. The night sky was adorned with beautiful stars, resembling a sky filled with sparkling gems. It was so dazzling that it felt like stepping into a wondrous fairyland of stars. Xiao Yunduan managed the group and exchanged a glance with Qiao Xian. He then led her away from the hubbub to a quiet place for a stroll. Xiao Yunduan had a slight fear of Prince Nuo. Prince Nuo was an incredible drinker, and Xiao Yunduan knew that if he didn't avoid the situation, he'd likely end up being coerced into another drinking contest. Additionally, in the company of his wife, amid the enchanting starlit night, it was far more appealing to be with her. The following morning, the group enjoyed a hearty breakfast and headed back to the capital. They took their time and didn't split up, as Qiao Xian needed to rest. She paused for breaks 3 times on the return journey, and they didn't reach the capital until late afternoon. That evening, Princess Shuangfu and Prince Nuo extended an invitation to Qiao Xian and Xiao Yunduan for dinner. The diplomatic mission would depart for Great Qin the day after next. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1461. When to make a move. Qiao Wei held the same status as Qiao Xian as she accompanied the princess on her wedding journey. They had gone hunting the previous day, but because she couldn't ride a horse and didn't want to be near Qiao Xian, she decided not to follow them. Upon their return from the hunt, the princess and the prince hosted a banquet. Traditionally, Qiao Wei should have been included, but Princess Shuangfu simply wanted a pleasant meal with Qiao Xian and didn't want Qiao Wei to be a nuisance. Prince Nuo instructed Auntie Si to bring 2 dishes as a reward for Qiao Wei. He claimed to understand that she wasn't feeling well and hadn't summoned her. He suggested that she eat well, rest properly, and prepare for the journey on the day after next. Qiao Wei was seething with anger once again. How could she not be feeling well? Such a thing never happened. Qiao Xian must have said something malicious in front of Princess Shuangfu to prevent her from participating. Princess Shuangfu had made her intentions very clear by arranging for the food. It was evident that she didn't want Qiao Wei to join the banquet. Qiao Wei couldn't bear it. If He hadn't intervened and stopped her, Qiao Wei would have smashed the 2 dishes. When do we make our move on the way back? Oh. He quickly covered Qiao Wei's mouth, her gaze cold. Miss, you can't speak recklessly. Qiao Wei felt suffocated for a moment. She pushed away He's hand and sneered. What are you afraid of? Do you think someone will overhear us? We're in such a secluded spot, and no one will come near. She and Qiao Xian were constantly at odds, each vying for supremacy. Wherever Qiao Xian was, she couldn't measure up. It was a clash between the east wind and the west wind, with only one prevailing. Qiao Wei was determined to see Qiao Xian trampled underfoot, just as she had been in the past. Qiao, he continued to wear a worried expression. Being cautious is not a bad thing. If something goes wrong because of this, it would be disastrous. Qiao Wei sneered but refrained from further comments. At Princess Shuangfu's gathering, the four of them enjoyed a cheerful and harmonious atmosphere. It was a perfect setting. While eating, Prince Nuo's eyes gleamed with the desire to share a drink with Xiao Yunduan. However, Xiao Yunduan was the first to speak. He cleared his throat and spoke solemnly, "I won't drink with you today, or I'll be too hungover to travel. Please forgive me, Your Highness." Princess Shuangfu chimed in with a gentle smile, "Yes, Your Highness, it wouldn't be appropriate. Let's save it for another time." Seeing Xiao Yunduan's resolute stance, Prince Nuo reluctantly agreed. "Very well, Lord Xiao. Next time I visit the capital, we shall drink together. I'll be looking forward to it." He puffed out his chest and declared, "Lord Xiao, just wait. I'll best you next time." Xiao Yunduan could only respond with a wry smile. "I'll be waiting." "Humph. I'll make sure to improve your alcohol tolerance." It's embarrassing to be bested by a scholar. Everyone was left speechless. What was there to compare? The Qingdi people certainly had peculiar priorities. Princess Shuangfu, being a newcomer to Qingdi, felt embarrassed for her husband. She gracefully changed the subject with a smile, initiating a discussion about Qingdi's customs. Qiao Xian and Xiao Yunduan were both genuinely interested in this topic and posed questions to Prince Nuo. The discussion on customs took their attention, and the drinking challenge was forgotten. They spent the evening together until it was quite late. Qiao Xian and Princess Shuangfu engaged in a lengthy conversation. Finally, they exchanged farewells before Qiao Xian and Xiao Yunduan returned to their own quarters. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1462, Return. Xiao Xian felt a sense of melancholy wash over her. Xiao Yunduan tenderly embraced her and gently patted her back to offer comfort. Princess Shuangfu is already doing quite well. Perhaps leaving the palace is a blessing in disguise for someone as unloved as her. Qiao Xian began to feel a glimmer of relief and managed to force a smile. You might be right. Prince Nuo seems to treat her well, but she's come to a distant land for marriage. We can't be certain when we'll meet again, so she will undoubtedly feel a bit sad. Xiao Yunduan replied, perhaps only for a while. Qiao Xian burst into laughter, a warmth spreading through her heart. The following day, as everyone prepared for their departure, Qiao Xian, Qiao Wei, and the others went to bid farewell to Princess Shuangfu. Since they had already conveyed their goodbyes the previous day, they didn't avoid Qiao Wei today. Yet, Qiao Wei couldn't hide her dissatisfaction. Despite the knowledge that she and Qiao Xian were not on good terms and that Qiao Xian was the favored wife of Lord Xiao, the crown prince's favorite, while she was just the daughter of the county magistrate, she still couldn't help feeling envious. If she had to choose between the two, Princess Shuangfu would undoubtedly favor Qiao Xian. This feeling of being powerless and easily bullied weighed heavily on her. Qiao Wei's irritation was palpable, and she cast hostile glances at Qiao Xian from time to time. Qiao Xian, however, wasn't in the mood to engage with her. Qiao Wei, feeling ignored, grew even more infuriated. Princess Shuangfu, unable to bear the tension, decided to escort her away. Qiao Wei nearly lost her temper, but she didn't dare to, yet, Qiao Xian had her share of blame in this situation, and she longed to return home to make Qiao Xian and Xiao Yunduan taste the bitterness of her wrath. That night, Qingdi organized a grand bonfire party to bid them farewell. Knowing they had an early departure the next morning, Xiao Yunduan kept the festivities subdued. The following morning, Prince Nuo led his men in escorting everyone out of the capital. Princess Shuangfu did not make another appearance. After bidding their farewells just outside the city, the group officially embarked on their journey. Qiao Xian gazed up at the clear blue sky, the wind and sun on her face. She sighed and silently bestowed her blessings upon Princess Shuangfu. The path homeward held a promise of joy. As they began their journey, the initial sadness of parting dissipated, and excitement filled their hearts. It's finally time to head home. That's right. I've missed home so much. I've even dreamt about Beijing a few times. Me too. We can pick up the pace on the way back and aim to reach home as quickly as possible. Yes. The group was in high spirits, covering nearly 200 miles before setting up camp for the night. During the evening, Xiao Yunduan gathered Sun Bai, Sun Qian, Yi, Mian, and Li Xiao alongside Qiao Xian. He spoke with a serious tone, "With Princess and Prince Nuo no longer with us, I have my suspicions. I believe there may be some ill-intentioned individuals within our group. Besides all of you, I'm not certain whom I can trust. In such an environment, any mischief could lead to catastrophe. Please remain vigilant and attentive. If you notice anything amiss, report it immediately. There can be no delays. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1463, Discussion. Yi and Mian displayed evident surprise. Sun Bai and Sun Qian grasped the implications behind Xiao Yunduan's words and shared an unspoken understanding. The fourth prince and the Tian family held deep animosity towards Lord Xiao, particularly the fourth prince, who harbored a vehement hatred for Lord Xiao. The Tian family also bore a profound grudge against Madame Xiao. While it wasn't a propitious time to settle scores with Lord Xiao in the intermediary capital, this moment presented a unique opportunity. Any mishap involving Lord Xiao would be something they couldn't easily explain or justify. Moreover, Sun Bai and Sun Qian were fiercely loyal to the crown prince. They recognized that any harm befalling Lord Xiao would be akin to severing one of the crown prince's limbs, which was simply unacceptable. Furthermore, they had accompanied Xiao Yunduan on numerous occasions, deepening their respect and admiration for him. Their camaraderie and trust were substantial, and they were loath to witness any harm come to him. "Rest assured, Your Excellency. I'll exercise utmost caution. The individuals I brought from the East Palace are all reliable. I'll instruct them to maintain diligent patrols and shift rotations during the night. I'll make certain not to overlook anything." Xiao Yunduan nodded. "However, don't divulge all the details to them." "Understood." Xiao Yunduan turned his attention to Yi. "Yi, you shall be in the service of Madame from now on. Take good care of her." Qiao Xian interjected, "Let us stay with you. As long as you are safe, I won't face any danger." Xiao Yunduan chuckled. "I'm concerned." Sun Qian added, "Madam, I will accompany you. You needn't worry. Yi possesses extraordinary strength and has mastered his skills well. With him guarding you, you can rest assured." Qiao Xian contemplated for a moment. She had Li Xia, Li Qiu, and Mian with her, which would allow her to look after them. As for herself, there was genuinely no reason for concern. In the unlikely event that something did occur, she would rather have no one by her side. Walking through this vast grassland, they were like pre-prepared ropes. If one needed to tie up a dumpling, a group could tie up a bunch of dumplings. There was no pressure at all. After their discussion, the group dispersed. Turning to Xiao Yunduan, Qiao Xian reassured him, "Don't worry, dear husband. Well, have a safe journey. I've consulted with a fortune teller, and the master assured us that we are both blessed individuals. This journey won't bring us harm." Xiao Yunduan burst into laughter and refrained from arguing with her, simply nodding. My wife is absolutely correct. You can rest easy. As long as I'm with you, I'll protect you. He squinted as if he were about to say something else, but then he decided against it. However, he later sought out Yi in private and instructed him earnestly, if a genuine threat arises, remember not to hesitate. Take Madame and Mian and escape using the Thunder God. Run as far as you can. Then find a way back to Huning City, understand? Yi hesitated briefly. But, sir, just follow my orders. Don't concern yourself with anything else. Understood, officer. Xiao Yunduan may not have cared much for Mian, but he understood that Yi wouldn't leave her behind, so he instructed him to take her along. When it came down to a critical moment, they couldn't afford to worry about anything else. Luck would be their greatest ally. On a separate note, Qiao Xian also approached Yi privately. In case of any emergency, take Mian to Lord Xiao and use the Thunder God to escape. You can inquire and find your way back to Huning City. With the Thunder God, you won't have to fear anyone catching up with you. Yi was dumbfounded and did not come back to his senses for a long time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1464, Dilemma. Qiao Xian smiled. I'm just a woman. What's the worst that can happen if I find myself in danger or in someone's custody? As long as Lord Xiao is by my side, nobody would dare harm me. But if anything were to happen to him, that would be the real problem. More importantly, she held great confidence in her own abilities. Whoever dared to capture her would find themselves regretting their choice. Her primary focus was on safeguarding Li Xia and Li Qiu. That was the most she could do. Xiao Yunduan found her reasoning sound and hesitated for a moment, scratching his head. Well, all right, madam. Yi pondered the situation and was unsure how to proceed. Therefore, he sought Mian's advice. Upon hearing his dilemma, Mian couldn't help but sigh, saying enviously, the bond between Lord and Madam is truly exceptional. Yi was perplexed. He had come to her for guidance, so why was she making these remarks out of the blue? So, what should I do then? Yi scratched his head. Mian glanced at the Thunder God, torn. Why don't you take Madam and Lord with you? There was no doubt about the speed and allure of the Thunder God. No one questioned its ability to make a swift getaway. If the Thunder God couldn't escape, there was no need to contemplate whether it could escape or not. Yi wore a bitter smile. I wish to do that too, but am concerned that the Thunder God can't accommodate 4 people. Oh, I mean the 3 of you can depart, and I'll stay. I need to assist Lord Sun and the others. Mian retorted, what are you talking about? The Thunder God listens to you more than anyone else. If you don't leave, can the Thunder God leave? Take Madam and Lord with you, and I'll figure out a hiding place for myself. No way. Why not? At most, you can return and find me later. I'm just a young girl. Who would even notice me? No. I care. Mian blushed and glared at him, feeling a bit shy. Regardless, I don't want to hear any excuses. Nothing can happen to Lord and Madam. If you're nearby and care about me, then listen to what I say. No. No one will pay attention to me. No one will care if I hide. I won't be in any danger. Do you think I'm so foolish that I can't even hide? No, but, it's a deal. No buts. Yi couldn't persuade her, and his words couldn't match her eloquence. He felt unconvinced and a bit unhappy, but he couldn't say much in response. He could only sulkily relent. Mian assured him that she could hide, but could she truly remain concealed? Yi knew that Mian was a clever and resourceful girl, but she was still a young lady, and what if she were discovered and harmed amid the ensuing chaos? Then what would he do? In this world, Mian was his sole friend, and deep in his heart, he had long considered her family, a bond of mutual reliance. He couldn't bear to contemplate what he would do if he lost Mian. Ah yes, mood sank, and he struggled with inner conflict, which became evident in his demeanor. He appeared somewhat downcast and preoccupied. Xiao Yunduan soon discerned Ah Ye's troubled state and inquired about it. Though Ah Ye initially intended to keep it a secret, he couldn't withstand Xiao Yunduan's gentle prodding and eventually divulged his concerns with only a few sentences. Xiao Yunduan chuckled. He sighed inwardly, experiencing a mix of emotions, both a sense of fondness and a hint of bittersweetness. His wife was truly something. How could she respond to Ah Ye like that? As her husband, he should be the one protecting her, not the other way around. I'll speak with Madam and handle it. You don't need to worry. Just follow my directions. What? Don't fret. I have a plan of my own. Yes, Lord. Ah Ye decided that it was best not to dwell on it too much. After all, no matter how much he contemplated, he couldn't make sense of it. He might as well simply heed Xiao Yunduan's instructions. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1465, Deliberately Causing Trouble in the Blink of an Eye. More than 10 days had swiftly passed. Over the past 10 days, Xiao Yunduan, Qiao Xian, Sun Bai, and Sun Qian remained vigilant, yet they could not detect anything amiss. However, Xiao Yunduan's occasional reminders ensured that nobody let their guard down. Qiao Xian, in particular, frequently employed her extraordinary abilities to survey their surroundings. She did so before their morning departures, during the midday breaks, while setting up camp in the evening, in the dead of night, and during the early morning hours. Yet, her scrutiny revealed nothing out of the ordinary. The vegetation had thrived and teemed with vitality during this time. It was when her superpower was at its peak, pulsating with energy. The expansion of the farmland within her space, which had been stagnant during the winter, was now progressing rapidly. Their total land had increased to about 3,000 mues, and by winter, it was estimated to reach 4,000 mues. 4,000 mues of land provided an ample canvas for cultivation. With the reduced maturation period and significantly enhanced yields, the results were nothing short of astonishing. Qiao Xian harbored no doubt that Qiao Wei and Qiao He, who didn't resemble mere maids, had joined the wedding party with more than simple well-wishing intentions. Qiao Wei's deep-seated resentment toward her made it clear that vengeance was the driving force behind her presence. Each encounter with her stoked this enmity, making every moment unbearable. Recognizing her own fiery and impulsive nature, Qiao Xian intentionally sought out Qiao Wei and provoked her in an attempt to elicit a revealing response. Along the way, Qiao Xian persistently pursued Qiao Wei, who, in turn, evaded her advances. Though visibly irritated and contorted with frustration, Qiao Wei managed to restrain herself, resisting the urge to lash out in anger. Qiao Xian couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Around noon, Qiao Xian spotted Qiao Wei and Qiao He near a nearby stream, where they were washing their hands and refreshing their faces. With a smile on her face, Qiao Xian rounded the corner, accompanied by Li Xia, Li Qiu, and Mian. Gently pushing Qiao Wei, Qiao Xian took her by surprise. Startled, Qiao Wei let out a scream and lurched forward. Although Qiao He managed to pull her back in time, she still ended up stepping into the shallow water, soaking half of her intricately embroidered shoe. The corner of her skirt also got wet. Qiao Xian, what do you think you're doing? Qiao Wei's anger flared. Qiao Xian responded with a calm smile, my apologies, my hand slipped. Ha, you did that on purpose. No, Qiao Xian replied with a helpless smile, if I had done it intentionally, I wouldn't have used such little force to push you into the river. Why would I do that? You. Qiao Wei gritted her teeth, convinced that Qiao Xian was deliberately taunting her. But it was too embarrassing to voice her suspicion, so she kept silent. "What's the matter with you?" Qiao Xian gave her a disdainful look, as if she couldn't be bothered by Qiao Wei's inner turmoil. She taunted, "You have a twisted mind, thinking everyone is as devious and suspicious as you are. Ha, this is your specialty." Qiao Wei's face darkened, and her breathing quickened. You're just a pretender, aren't you?" Qiao Xian sneered. "A two-faced hypocrite." Gritting her teeth, Qiao Wei warned, "Just you wait. You'll see." Miss, let me assist you in returning to change your shoes," Qiao He offered, firmly grasping Qiao Wei's arm. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1466, Can't Take It Anymore. Qiao Wei fixed a piercing glare on Qiao Xian and sneered, "Continue being arrogant. I'd like to see how long your arrogance lasts. You're quite familiar with those words, aren't you? Maybe you should reflect on them yourself. Miss, let's depart." He cast a reproachful glance at Qiao Xian before assisting Qiao Wei away. Qiao Xian blinked, her gaze lingering on He's retreating figure. Meanwhile, Li Qiu, and the others engaged in light-hearted banter. Qiao Xian smiled and remarked, "I'll go wash my hands. Enjoy your rest." The three of them agreed and took their leave. Qiao Xian activated her powers to eavesdrop on the conversation between Qiao Wei and Qiu He. "This woman is intentionally tormenting me. She's singling me out on purpose. I can't endure it any longer. Tell me, when are we going to strike? How have you been in contact with them?" "Miss, please be cautious, the walls have ears, shut up. I can't stand these baseless excuses any longer. Don't underestimate me. Let me remind you, if you provoke me further, don't blame me for breaking our association. Remember that you're nothing more than my servant now." Anger flashed across Qiu He's face, but she suppressed it. Having witnessed Qiao Xian's relentless bullying and humiliation of Qiao Wei in recent days, Qiu He couldn't help but sympathize with her. Madame Xiao had crossed the line, her scolding knew no bounds. She was cunning and hit her targets precisely. It was unbearable for anyone to endure. However, Qiao Wei was a sharp-tongued woman with a fiery temper. She had a knack for hurling harsh words and stomping her feet in frustration. If Qiu He hadn't offered comfort behind her back, she might have exploded. But even then, it was hard to watch. Seeing Qiu He's continued silence, Qiao Wei grew even more furious. She pounded the carriage seat and demanded, "Speak up already. What are you waiting for?" Qiu He felt irritated, but she understood that Qiao Wei wouldn't relent until she received some answers. She couldn't help but feel frustrated with Qiao Xian as well. But who could she blame? Given Qiao Wei's temperament, when Qiao Xian was still just a girl in the Qiao family, she was a lowly daughter of a concubine with no one to rely on. It would have been unusual if Qiao Wei hadn't mistreated her. Now that their positions had almost reversed, and revenge was in the air, what could she do? So, she decided to play it cool and nonchalantly, casually, and indifferently deceive her. After all, this dim-witted woman was clueless about what lay ahead. "If you insist, I'll tell you," Qiu He whispered. "But remember, you mustn't reveal this to anyone. No matter what Madame Xiao does, you must endure it. In 3 days, there will be individuals lying in wait within the Black Tiger Forest." Black Tiger Forest? What kind of place is that? Qiao Wei had no recollection of it. Reluctantly, Qiu He had to offer an explanation. "It's a forest that has grown for countless years, stretching hundreds of miles. We'll need to cross it when we return to Huning City, a total distance of around 30 miles. It's filled with ancient towering trees, creeping vines, and dim lighting, a perfect location for an ambush. 3 days from now, you say? Yes. Fine, then I'll endure that woman for 3 more days. Inform them that when the time comes, let that woman live. I've had a change of heart. I want her to wish she were dead. This was followed by a string of venomous curses. Qiao Xian withdrew her powers. Black Tiger Forest. In reality, her husband Sun Bai, Sun Qian, and the others had already discussed it. They were well aware that the Black Tiger Forest was a perilous spot for ambushes and had long prepared accordingly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1467, Why did you let her in? The reason for their preparedness was that the road they were traveling on was relatively flat and not conducive to ambushes. With a little extra vigilance, it would be nearly impossible for any potential assailants to succeed. Their diplomatic mission was substantial, consisting of a considerable number of individuals. Among the 300 participants, 200 were guards. The Crown Prince had meticulously selected 30 of them. These individuals discreetly concealed their true roles within the group, but their sole purpose was to protect Xiao Yunduan and Qiao Xian. Given the vulnerability of the Black Tiger Forest as an ambush site, they had long planned to be on high alert. If the 30 expert guards couldn't safeguard Xiao Yunduan and Qiao Xian, they would need to call upon a military response. Qiao Xian couldn't help but feel regretful that she had missed this crucial information. It was evident that Qiao Wei was merely a pawn. Those conspiring against her and her husband clearly didn't take her seriously at all. She was completely ignorant, even more so than Qiu He. Qiu He, on the other hand, was no ordinary maid. She refused to disclose numerous details to Qiao Wei. However, they had placed someone like Qiu He in close proximity to Xiao Yunduan and herself, anticipating their suspicion. In essence, Qiu He was just a minor character. Even if they were to interrogate her, it would likely only serve to alert the enemy without yielding valuable information. Additionally, both Qiu He and Qiao Wei had officially entered the wedding escort team. Their names were officially documented. Without concrete evidence, it would be against protocol to apprehend them. Doing so could tarnish Xiao Yunduan's reputation as an overbearing and authoritarian figure when he returned to the capital. This was the primary reason why they hadn't taken any action against Qiao Wei. Although the news was better than nothing, Qiao Xian still decided to inform Xiao Yunduan about the situation in the Black Tiger Forest. Xiao Yunduan smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, Sun Bai and Sun Qian will handle everything. Qiao Xian wore a thoughtful smile and continued, Husband, do you think someone placed Qiao Wei in our team just to irritate me? There must be a motive, right? But what could someone like Qiao Wei possibly do for others? I can't fathom any purpose for her presence. Qiao Wei didn't possess even a fraction of the knowledge that Qiu He did, yet the latter was appointed as her maid. From the bits of information she had overheard, Qiao Wei hadn't taken any actions or even relayed information to anyone. So, what role could she possibly play in this team? Why had she been included? Xiao Yunduan also began to mull over the matter. What you're saying does raise questions. Upon closer consideration, it did indeed seem peculiar. The fourth prince and the Tian family wouldn't have introduced someone into their ranks just to incite disgust. Qiao Wei was nowhere near Qiao Xian's league, so she lacked the qualifications to be a source of irritation. They won't be useless. Qiao Wei must serve a purpose within this team. The two of them engaged in a thorough discussion but couldn't arrive at any definitive conclusions. They exchanged knowing smiles before Xiao Yunduan spoke again. Let it go, he suggested. Take your time to think it through. I have personnel monitoring them. Whatever their intentions, they will be exposed eventually. Let's rest for now. Unable to devise a better plan, Qiao Xian nodded and relinquished her thoughts. She embraced Xiao Yunduan and drifted off to sleep. In the distance, a dense forest emerged. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1468. Going through the Black Tiger Forest, the verdant trees sprouted from the earth and merged into an endless forest. After half a day of travel, when they were still 5 or 6 miles from the Black Tiger Forest, everyone gazed up and could already discern the dark forest looming ahead. In Qiao Xian's keen eyes, the view was crystal clear. The massive ancient tree stood incomparably tall and was as black as a mountain, exuding an intensely ominous aura. The ambient temperature appeared to have instinctively dropped by a few degrees. This was the Black Tiger Forest, the sole route back to the Great Qin Empire. To traverse it, one needed to cross dozens of kilometers. Although it was only 3 o'clock in the afternoon, no instructions were necessary. Everyone had already halted very deliberately. They had no intention of entering the forest today. They would camp on the outskirts for the night and depart early the next morning. There was no need to push through the Black Tiger Forest in a single stretch. In such an environment, with its complexity and limited visibility, and set within a wilderness that stretched for hundreds of miles, they couldn't predict what dangers might lie ahead. Leaving aside the marauding bandits and thieves on the grasslands, encountering a formidable group of wild beasts could be equally deadly. That night, Qiao Xian, Xiao Yunduan, Sun Bai, and Sun Qian had a restless night. This was an ideal place for an ambush. If the fourth prince and his associates had indeed dispatched operatives, they wouldn't have overlooked this prime opportunity. The next day, the group arose at the crack of dawn. They swiftly prepared a simple meal and packed their tents. These were deftly loaded onto the carriages, and they set out before the sun's ascent. Sun Bai and Sun Qian dispatched 5 scouts to reconnoiter the path. Leading the way was a squad of 50 guards. Over 100 individuals divided into groups to bring up the rear, while the rest of the guards followed the rest of the party. No matter what happens, do not disembark from the wagons unless Ai is present. Remember my words. Xiao Yunduan grasped Xiao Xian's hands and reiterated his warning before they departed. Xiao Xian smiled and nodded obediently. As for whether she would follow his instructions, that would depend on the circumstances. This part of the forest proved exceedingly challenging to traverse, as it saw very few visitors on ordinary days. Even the caravans traveling between Great Qin and Qingdi made only 1 or 2 trips during the period from mid-spring to late summer. Consequently, the rampant vegetation and creeping vines had grown at an accelerated pace. Given the absence of passers-by for an extended period, the path that had been somewhat discernible was now engulfed by the overgrowth. They had numerous carriages in their convoy, and aside from Qiao Xian and her companions, most of them carried an assortment of supplies. Moreover, their journey to Qingdi wasn't a simple one. They needed to bring along some local specialties, particularly precious herbs, gemstones, jades, furs, felt carpets, and more. Some of these items had been purchased, while others were gifts from Qingdi to the emperor and tokens for Xiao Yunduan. This explained the presence of 60 carriages in the group. Xiao Yunduan had issued strict instructions, specifying that each person was only allowed to purchase a limited number of items. Otherwise, it was conceivable that the number of carriages would double. After all, the various gemstones like rubies, sapphires, tourmaline, malachite, jade, turquoise, cat's eye jewelry, lapis lazuli, and others were exceptionally affordable in Qingdi. The leather goods were even more reasonably priced. Once these items were transported back to the capital, their value would increase by at least 5 to 10 times. Even Qiao Xian had acquired a considerable number of gemstones, discreetly storing them in her spatial pocket. She had even procured several high-quality diamonds. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1469. superpower observation. Not everyone had an easy journey to reach this place, so Xiao Yunduan should not hinder people from making a modest living. However, despite the abundance of resources, the path ahead was far from easy. In many areas, they had to clear a path with machetes, slowing down their progress considerably. The silver lining was that most of the terrain was relatively flat. Even with occasional small elevations, carriages could pass through, albeit with some extra effort. Considering all these factors, this relatively short journey would take a full day to complete smoothly. Everyone was experienced and determined to exit the Black Tiger Forest before sunset. By noon, the group took a break to consume their meager rations and have a few sips of water. Everything continued to progress safely and without incident. Xiao Xian activated her superpower to scan the surroundings, and soon, she detected a group lying in ambush on a rocky slope about 6 or 7 miles away. Xiao Xian's heart skipped a beat. She estimated there were around 40 to 50 people dressed in dark green attire with their legs bound. They appeared fierce and well-prepared. Although they seemed like mountain bandits, their discipline during the ambush was uncanny. No one made a sound, and their actions were controlled. These were not the typical unruly mountain bandits. Even if they were not directly affiliated with the fourth prince, they had some connection to him. Since she didn't pick up any immediate threats, Xiao Xian retracted her power. Using her superpower for information gathering was her most potent ability, but it drained her quickly. With a potential fight looming, she needed to conserve her energy for the right moment, so she couldn't afford to waste it. The team continued to make their way forward, maintaining a deliberately slow pace dictated by the challenging road conditions that hindered rapid progress. Gradually, they reached a rocky slope. The slope was strewn with rugged boulders, and its inclines on both sides were notably steeper than elsewhere. The team planned to traverse the middle path, which extended for about 4 to 5 kilometers. The same wild grass and vines covered the route, forcing them to clear it by removing grass, leaves, vines, and obstacles to ensure the carriages could pass through. As they approached the ambush site, approximately 300 meters away, Xiao Xian activated her unique ability. The tree roots at the top of the slope suddenly swelled, pushing out large rocks that broke free from the ground and tumbled down the slope. Simultaneously, she shook the branches and leaves violently, startling the birds resting on them, causing them to take flight in a cacophonous flurry of wings and cries. The sudden commotion naturally alarmed the intermediate team. Sun Bai promptly raised his hand, and the entire group came to an immediate halt. "Stay vigilant, everyone. Form up and shield Lord and Lady," he commanded. Their response was well practiced, having rehearsed many times for potential danger. Though the situation was tense, the guards swiftly established a protective formation from the outset. The remaining followers quickly regained their composure. Carriage drivers worked with a few others to safeguard the horses, gripping the reins securely and covering the animals' ears to prevent them from panicking and bolting. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1470. This unlucky. The rest of the group swiftly huddled together, using the carriages as cover. The guards unsheathed their weapons, forming a disciplined defensive formation. The ambushers, dozens in number, cursed their ill luck. What kind of fortune was this? A successful ambush should have capitalized on catching their prey unawares. But now, due to this series of movements and commotions, even if the other party hadn't detected them, they must be on high alert, rendering the element of surprise obsolete. Attack! One can only imagine the shock and frustration coursing through the leader's veins. With a resounding battle cry, he brandished his gleaming machete and led the charge. The others, similarly aggrieved and incensed, joined the chorus of war cries, drawing their weapons and charging forward. Charge! Take them down! Engage! Xiao Xian once again activated her superpower, causing a few of the attackers to stumble carelessly, tripping over stones or vines in their rush, letting out cries as they tumbled forward. Some fared even worse, colliding with rocks, nearly shattering their knees, tears streaming from the pain. Onlookers, the brothers included, halted in their tracks, bewildered by the scene that unfolded. Wasn't this a bit too clumsy? How could they be so careless? It seemed like an ill omen. The assailants grew even more impatient and enraged. As they charged forth, impatience colored their approach. When Sun Bai, Sun Qian, and their comrades witnessed this formidable horde charging like a pack of wolves and tigers, bellowing and eager for combat, they remained resolute, though not particularly surprised. As they navigated the Black Tiger Forest, their senses remained keen, anticipating that something might occur within its shadowy depths. Now, with the impending threat finally manifesting, they were not only shocked but also felt a sense of readiness. Upon witnessing the charging adversaries, Sun Bai's lips curled into a cold smile, and he bellowed, "Prepare to engage." Leading the guards, he lunged forward to confront their opponents. Xiao Yunduan and Qiao Xian occupied separate carriages, necessitating that Sun Bai and the others relay information to him, rendering Qiao Xian's presence potentially inconvenient. Xiao Yunduan disembarked from the wagon and approached Qiao Xian's carriage. "My love, fear not. The assailants are not numerous. I believe Sun Bai, Sun Qian, and their team can handle them." Zhe, without engaging the enemy directly, stood guard at Qiao Xian's carriage alongside 7 or 8 other guards, keenly observing the unfolding battle. Qiao Xian, struggling to complete her task due to her dwindling energy, displayed a pale countenance when Xiao Yunduan approached. Misinterpreting her demeanor as fear, he sought to console her. Observing the battle and noticing Sun Bai, Sun Qian, and their comrades effectively holding their ground, Qiao Xian withdrew her power, mustering a forced smile in Xiao Yunduan's embrace. "I'm not frightened. I trust Guard Sunday. Please don't worry, my dear." Xiao Yunduan whispered, "I'm here for you." Qiao Xian smiled, gradually regaining her composure. The skirmish continued for about half an hour. Evidently, the assailants were aware of Xiao Yunduan's location and attempted to approach the carriage, but were thwarted by the staunch resistance from Sun Qian and his team. Observing that while the guards grew bolder in their defense, they also incurred significant casualties, the leader sounded a whistle. In the blink of an eye, the assailants dispersed, vanishing from the scene. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1471, Ill-intentioned Sun Bai, Sun Qian, and the rest led the effort to clean up the aftermath, tending to the wounded and providing necessary first aid. The ordinary followers, although visibly shaken, staggered forward to offer their assistance. Their limbs trembled, and many could scarcely move due to exhaustion. None of the attackers survived the encounter. Sun Bai and Sun Qian felt a sense of remorse but recognized the necessity of their actions. Afterward, they invited Xiao Yunduan to a quiet spot. "Lord, those people, despite their disguises as mountain bandits and their concealed identities, are certainly not typical mountain bandits. Genuine mountain bandits lack the coordination and training we just witnessed. These individuals possess highly disciplined skills, suggesting systematic and prolonged training. It's unlikely that common mountain bandits could achieve this level of proficiency. I suspect their background. There was a significant likelihood, around 80% to 90%, that they were dispatched by one of the princes, with the fourth prince being the prime suspect. However, lacking concrete evidence, Sun Bai refrained from making baseless accusations." Xiao Yunduan nodded and replied thoughtfully, "I anticipated this would occur, and their presence reassures me. Nevertheless, I have a strong sense they won't give up easily. We must remain vigilant. Instruct them to maintain heightened patrols and to report any suspicious activity to me immediately." "Understood, my lord." Sun Bai and Sun Qian nodded gravely, sharing Xiao Yunduan's sentiments. This was merely the beginning, not the conclusion. Each of the princes harbored deep-seated animosities against the crown prince, and the opportunity to undermine his standing was too tempting to resist. Whether it was solely the fourth prince or if other princes were involved remained unclear. As the crown prince, Xiao Yunduan was under constant scrutiny. He was cautious with his words and actions, refraining from making confrontational statements against his brothers to avoid tarnishing his reputation. This cautious approach allowed his siblings to accrue more power over time. Their organization boasted a substantial number of individuals under their command. Having already initiated action, they couldn't simply abandon their efforts. It was evident, though, that after the considerable delay, they wouldn't be able to exit the Black Pine Forest before nightfall, which further heightened everyone's anxiety. Xiao Yunduan remained unperturbed, calmly suggesting, "We might as well limit our travels for the day. Once we cross this rocky slope, we can find a suitable spot to spend the night. With our large group, we need to be cautious." In a way, the forest's intricate environment serves as a form of protection for us. Witnessing his composed demeanor, the group found some solace and concurred with his decision. Xiao Yunduan boarded Qiao Xian's carriage and transferred Li Xia and 2 others to his own. His wife had likely been quite alarmed and needed his presence for comfort. Drawing the curtain, the carriage started to move at a leisurely pace. Xiao Yunduan took Qiao Xian into his arms, sitting her on his lap, gently reassuring her. Qiao Xian's heart warmed with a mixture of emotions, leaving her uncertain whether to laugh or cry. Nevertheless, she felt a sense of pride within herself, understanding the importance of demonstrating her courage and composure to her husband. Xiao Yunduan, seeing her unshaken demeanor, found immense relief. Throughout the journey, everyone remained on high alert and eventually traversed the rocky slope. After covering less than 3 miles, they halted and set up camp. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1472, Wolfpack. The scout relayed that they were still about 16 to 17 miles away from the Black Tiger Forest, a distance that would require at least half a day of walking. Upon careful consideration, Sun Bai, Sun Qian, and the others selected a location within the woods to set up an overnight camp. They diligently cleared the area of underbrush, securing the horses to tree trunks and forming a protective ring with the carriages on the outer perimeter. They organized 4 rotating groups, each consisting of 36 individuals, to take turns patrolling during the night. The rest of the group were instructed to remain in their armor and not to remove it, maintaining a state of perpetual vigilance. As the sun slowly dipped below the western horizon, the evening glow faded, plunging the forest into deep darkness. The towering trees, rocks, and their shadowy silhouettes took on an eerie quality, exacerbated by sporadic sounds of flapping wings and eerie calls from birds, causing shivers down their spines. Their superior numbers provided some reassurance because if only a few individuals were to remain alone in this forest at night, the fear might have been paralyzing. To combat the darkness, they lit 3 large bonfires to illuminate the area. The night watchmen were responsible for ensuring the fires remained ablaze. In the moonless and pitch-black forest, the night offered no lunar illumination, making it an exceptionally dim night. On this particular night, Qiao Xian refrained from using her power to survey the surroundings. Her powers consumed significantly more energy during the night compared to daylight hours. Furthermore, she believed that the assailants would not return so promptly after their initial encounter. If they did, Sun Bai, Sun Qian, and the others had taken thorough precautions, leaving little room for concern. As anticipated, the night passed without any disturbances from the attackers, but they faced a different threat, a pack of wolves. Over 100 adult gray wolves, howling in the middle of the night, aggressively descended upon their camp. It seemed as though the wolves cared not for their own lives, driven by an insatiable aggression. A sudden sense of alarm rippled through the camp, instantly thrusting everyone into a heightened state of vigilance. Qiao Xian swiftly employed her superpower to assess the situation, and thankfully, she detected only a pack of wolves with no human presence trailing them. These wolves exhibited highly unusual behavior, suggesting they might have been drugged with some sort of stimulant. Their ferocious howls and reckless charges threw the camp's guards into disarray, and several of them sustained bites. Under the coordinated command of Sun Bai and Sun Qian, the group eventually repelled the wolf pack after approximately an hour of intense combat. A collective sigh of relief echoed through the camp. They ignited torches to survey the scene and treat the wounded. Numerous ordinary followers were deeply shaken, huddled together in pairs or trios, consoling one another through sobs and discussions. Among the distressed individuals, one woman's screams and cries pierced the night, distinguishing her from the rest. While others cried quietly, she wept with such intensity that she seemed on the brink of screaming to the heavens. This woman was none other than Qiao Wei. During this tumultuous moment, Xiao Yunduan had gone to confer with Sun Bai and Sun Qian. Qiao Xian took it upon herself to console the frightened individuals, assess injuries, and instruct Li Xia and Li Qiu to prepare the necessary medicines. Upon hearing Qiao Wei's anguished cries, Qiao Xian furrowed her brow and summoned Mianmian, saying, "Let's go see what's happening." Mianmian acknowledged the command, and Yi swiftly trailed behind. When they arrived at the scene, a crowd had gathered around Qiao Wei. As Qiao Xian approached, the crowd dispersed, making way for her. "Madam Xiao. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1473. Qiao Wei injured. Qiao Xian nodded and directed her gaze towards Qiao Wei, who clutched her injured calf. "What happened?" Qiao Wei shot her an angry glare and retorted icily, "Can't you see for yourself? I'm injured." Qiao Xian gave an incredulous glance to those present. "You may leave now, lend your assistance wherever necessary, and retire to rest once you're finished. We still have a morning journey ahead of us." Initially, no one harbored a fondness for Qiao Wei, but upon hearing this, they concurred and dispersed, leaving only Qiao He behind. Qiao Wei seethed with anger, casting a hateful glare in Qiao Xian's direction. Qiao Xian sneered, "Why are you staring at me? Return to your tent if you have the time. You're not the sole person injured, and yet, you're the only one making a scene. Miss Qiao, are you concerned that others might not notice your fine singing voice?" Qiao Wei's face flushed with anger, and she snapped, "I was bitten by a wolf on my leg. I was bitten by a wolf. Observe it for yourself." The wolf's bite had nearly frightened her to death, and her leg had bled profusely. At the time, she believed she might face death or be left with a permanent injury. Fortunately, the two guards managed to eliminate the wolf in time. Despite this, the wound on her leg remained substantial, causing excruciating pain that left her incapable of withholding her cries. Qiao Xian was taken aback and shifted her gaze to Qiao Wei's leg. She observed the blood staining her dress. The darkness of the night obscured the wound, which Qiao Xian wouldn't have noticed without Qiao Wei's remark. Qiao Wei's sobbing grew louder. Qiao Xian cast a stern look at Qiao He and spoke coldly, "Your mistress is injured, yet you stand here motionless. How callous! In that case, you needn't serve her any longer. Leave." "Madam Xiao, what, am I not entitled to give you orders?" "Qiao Xian, do not overstep your bounds." Qiao Wei rebuked angrily. "He is my servant, and you have no right to shout at him." "I can't give her orders." "So what?" Qiao Xian scoffed and turned to Yi. "Take her away and teach her a lesson." "Yes, madam." Yi, who consistently followed Qiao Xian and Xiao Yunduan's directives, promptly led Qiao He away. Miss. Enough." Qiao Xian delivered a resounding slap to Qiao He's face, her voice sharp. What's the matter? Can't I issue commands to you? You're nothing more than a servant. From where did you acquire such impertinence? How dare you look down on me? By what right? Do you think I will tolerate it? Qiao He, covering her stinging cheek, felt an overwhelming mix of humiliation and anger. She lowered her head and refrained from making any further noise. With no alternative, she bowed her head because she served Qiao Wei. Qiao Xian was prepared to scold her and even strike her, leaving her with no room to resist. Qiao Wei stood in stunned silence, quivering with rage. Were it not for her excruciating leg pain rendering her immobile, she would have risen to confront Qiao Xian in a brawl. No one treated others in such a degrading manner. What's the meaning of this? In merely providing your insubordinate servant with a lesson, Qiao Xian jeered. There's no need to thank me. Yi, escort her away. Yes, let's go. This time, Qiao He didn't dare to resist and cast a desperate plea towards Qiao Wei. However, Qiao Wei merely fixed a glare on Qiao Xian and chose not to utter a word. She was well aware that Qiao Xian had no intention of giving her any face. Would saying anything change Qiao Xian's mind? Qiao Xian was merely seizing an opportunity to ridicule her. Why should she demean herself? Why hadn't this wretched woman been eliminated during the daytime assassination? The attackers were completely inept. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1474. On purpose. Qiao Xian instructed Mian, retrieve the medicine. With her back turned to Qiao Wei, she whispered something to Mian, who nodded and quickly departed. Before long, Mian returned with the necessary medical supplies. Qiao Xian then directed Li Xia and Li Qiu to assist her in applying the medicine and bandaging Qiao Wei's wound. Afterward, she instructed two maids to remain with Qiao Wei, ensuring they didn't leave her side for even a moment. Qiao Wei displayed no gratitude toward Qiao Xian. She merely glared at her and allowed the two maids to escort her away. With time, the commotion subsided, and the camp gradually grew quieter as everyone took the opportunity to rest. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Yunduan returned to their tent, shared by him and Qiao Xian. Qiao Xian addressed him, "Husband, I believe I've discerned why they placed Qiao Wei in this group." Xiao Yunduan was taken aback. After Qiao He was led away by Yi, Mian promptly followed and inquired about the medicine for external injuries. After Yi provided the information, she hurried away again. Yi didn't escort Qiao He elsewhere. Instead, he suddenly kicked her from behind, hitting the back of her knee joint. Caught off guard, Qiao He emitted a pained groan and tumbled to the ground. Her vision darkened, and tears welled up instantly. Suppressing the pain in her chest, she clenched her teeth and lowered her head. "Madam has instructed you to kneel here without moving. You'll remain kneeling throughout the night. Should I catch you slacking off, you'll continue kneeling the following night and the one after that." Gritting her teeth, Qiao He retorted, "Madam has gone too far. I still need to return to serve our Mississippi." Yi snorted and maintained his silent vigil, eyeing her intently. However, his silence did not signify agreement with her words. Qiao He seethed internally, cursing the peculiar individual surrounding Qiao Xian. Especially Yi, who appeared foolish and guileless, as though he were easy to deceive, when in fact, he was anything but. Yi couldn't be bothered to engage with them. Even when they tried to strike up conversations with him, he remained utterly silent, no matter what they said. This time, it was no different. Her vehement protests seemed to fall on deaf ears, as if they had automatically muted themselves. Nonetheless, Qiao He was well aware that if she dared to make a move, he would unquestionably kick her again. Suppressing her fury, Qiao He deliberately adopted a pitiable countenance. She lifted her head to gaze at Yi. My leg is wounded. Could you please provide me with some external injury medicine for treatment? Yi glanced at her but continued to maintain his silence. He put on a forced smile. I have no choice but to heed Madame Xiao's directive. I'll apply the medicine and accept my punishment. As she struggled to rise, Yi raised his foot. Attempt to move. He couldn't take it any longer. Her knees turned weak, causing her to tumble heavily onto the rugged ground once more. Her vision dimmed, and tears nearly welled up again. Is Madame truly so heartless? My legs will be ruined if I continue kneeling like this throughout the night. Yi remained unmoved, silently thinking to himself, you deserve to have your legs ruined. A servant like you remained unscathed while your mistress got hurt. How would you complain once I've maimed your leg? It was only fair. Yi kept his gaze fixed on He until the entire area was tidied up before returning to his rest. Prior to departing, he didn't neglect to issue a threat. Don't move, or else, humph. He seethed with resentment. Following Yi's departure, although she didn't dare to leave, she promptly seated herself on the ground. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1475, Tormentio. He gently massaged her knee, feeling the pain intensifying. Undoubtedly, her external injury was not trivial. However, she didn't have any medical supplies on her, but there was some external injury medicine in the carriage. He scanned her surroundings and signaled a guard to approach. She beseechingly asked for some external injury medicine. The guard glanced at her and tossed a bottle of medicine her way. Overflowing with gratitude, he hastily applied the medicine. The mountain night was chilly, with temperatures a few degrees lower than elsewhere due to the extensive forest. He trembled as she discreetly requested an additional cloak. Though not as cozy as being wrapped in intense blankets, it would at least provide some defense against the cold. Shivering, she remained huddled in a ball throughout the night. The following morning, she was jolted awake by a sudden, searing pain. Yi had kicked her wounded leg. In a daze, she yelped and snapped awake. You! Yi declared, Madam ordered you to kneel throughout the night as a punishment for your negligence. Is this how you regard Madam's commands? You don't seem to take Madam seriously at all. I'm wounded, and it's cold here. I dozed off because I wasn't vigilant. Please have mercy. He knew that her wound must have reopened. Even if it was just a superficial wound, she couldn't predict how many days of torment lay ahead. Nevertheless, she was the one at fault and couldn't afford to challenge Yi in any way. All she could do was admit her mistake. Her humiliation was quite profound. Yi uttered, Madam expects you to return to your mistress. She anticipated your dishonesty and instructed you not to apply any more medicine or to take any. Kneel obediently in the carriage. If you defy her once more, I'll shatter your legs. He was stunned, her scalp prickling in apprehension. If Yi stated that he would break her leg, he would undoubtedly follow through with it. He wasn't one to be careless in his threats. Understood, he hobbled toward the carriage, feeling miserable. Each step she took was filled with excruciating pain. She privately cursed Yi for being exceedingly ruthless. In her current condition, she couldn't help but wonder how long it would take her to recover. Upon her return to the carriage, she was surprised to see two maidservants attending to Qiao Wei. Frowning, she said, Our miss doesn't need you to serve her. Please. The two maidservants exchanged glances but remained unmoved. Madame Xiao instructed us to be here. Yes, Madame Xiao emphasized that we must not leave without her consent. He seethed and glanced at Qiao Wei. Qiao Wei furrowed her brows slightly but said nothing. He was clearly limping and in no condition to take care of herself. Her leg had yet to heal. Bearing her anger, He eventually climbed into the carriage, her wounds screaming with pain. She allowed the two maidservants to help her, but they paid her no mind. Instead, they confidently stated, "Madame Xiao sent us here to look after Miss Qiao. They were not here to serve her." He was seething with fury. Early in the morning, everyone continued their journey at a slow pace. Regardless of He's pleas for assistance, the two maidservants paid her no heed. Instead, they began to supervise her, insisting that she kneel and accept her punishment. She finally comprehended how Qiao Wei had felt when Qiao Xian had constantly scolded her. It was deeply frustrating, but she had no choice but to endure it. He responded indifferently, feigning as though they no longer existed. It was just kneeling, after all. She would endure it. She knelt for a prolonged period. Having endured the torment outside throughout the night, she had caught a cold and suffered the effects of Aoye's kicks. Her external injuries were substantial. Moreover, she couldn't pretend to kneel under the watchful eyes of the two maidservants. In less than half a day, she fainted. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1476. Can't understand. By the time he slowly woke up, half a day had passed. The entire team had already walked out of the Black Tiger Forest. Qiao Xian asked Ai to pass the message, saying that she was going to show her some mercy, so she did not need to kneel down. He gritted her teeth and thanked her. At this moment, her legs were already aching and numb, and she had almost lost consciousness. Her head was dizzy, and her body felt cold and hot. It was extremely uncomfortable. However, the two maidservants acted as if they did not see anything and refused to even pour her a cup of hot water. He was angry, and hateful, so she could only endure it. Deep down inside her heart, she could not help but wonder what she had done to offend Madame Xiao. It was not enough for her to make trouble with Qiao Wei. Why did she make trouble with her, the maid? It could only be said that Madame Xiao was too free. Either she was frightened and deliberately took it out on them. The group of people finally left the Black Tiger Forest safely. All of them were energized and heaved a sigh of relief. The primordial old lady in the forest was lush and gave off a strong sense of oppression. Everyone wished that they could get as far away from it as possible. After walking out, they only took a short rest and ate something before immediately starting their journey again. Only half a day had passed. They could still walk for another half a day. This road was much easier to walk. They could walk far in half a day. After the discussion, Sun Bai and Sun Qian reported to Xiao Yunduan and suggested that they should keep a steady pace for the next few days. There's clearly something wrong with those gray wolves in the middle of the night. I don't dare to say if everyone will be able to sleep peacefully every night in the future. At night, they won't be able to sleep well. If they're in a hurry to travel during the day, even someone made of iron won't be able to last for more than a few days. If any negligence is caused, the consequences will be unimaginable. They all remembered that the wolf pack was the only one who attacked in the middle of the night yesterday. There was no one. In the battle in the morning yesterday, more than half of the other party had escaped. At this moment, they did not know where they were hiding, waiting for them to kill their way out when they were tired and negligent. Xiao Yunduan nodded. You are right. According to the normal schedule, we will reach Huning City in almost 20 days, right? If we travel at full speed, we will need about half a month. There is no need to fight for these days. If you don't have a good night's rest, you should slow down. You just need to return to Huning City within a month. Everyone was tired yesterday and didn't rest well at night. Pass down the order to camp early today. I have something to say then. Xiao Yunduan took a look at the two of them and praised them inwardly. They were indeed the elites of the prince's mansion. They were very thorough and timely. Sun Bai and Sun Qian looked at each other imperceptibly and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. They hurriedly agreed with cupped fists. What they were most worried about was that Lord Xiao would panic because of his insecurity. They wanted to speed up and get to Huning City as soon as possible. Everyone knew that as long as they reached Huning City, they would be much safer. Many people in the team had already expressed this intention. They couldn't wait to look like they could endure no matter how difficult or tiring the journey was as long as they could leave this place early. However, more haste less speed meant more danger, hence, they only rushed for about 2.5 hours in the afternoon. When they arrived at a place that Sun Bai and Sun Qian felt was suitable for them to camp for the night, they ordered the entire team to stop. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1477, Slow down as expected. This attracted a lot of dissatisfaction. What? It stopped just like that? Yes, it's too early. It's still early. We can walk for at least another 3 hours. Wouldn't it be better to speed up and go home as soon as possible? Yeah. Xiao Yunduan gathered everyone together. He was not sure if there were any spies of the fourth prince here, so Xiao Yunduan did not tell them the truth. He just said that it was better to stop and take a rest to prevent them from getting tired. It would be easier for them to travel if they had enough energy. Most of the people could not accept this reason. Xiao Yunduan had always been a gentleman, and his eagerness to go home had emboldened them. Some people could not help but raise their heads, and many people agreed with them, asking them to hurry up. Xiao Yunduan consoled them patiently, saying that it was for everyone's own good, so that they could have a good rest so that they would not feel uncomfortable on the road. There was no need to worry. Sun Bai and Sun Qian did not say a word. They stood there with indifferent expressions, but in fact, they were watching coldly from the side. Their shrewd eyes swept across everyone without batting an eyelid. From today onwards, those who spoke the most actively and were the most provocative would be watched by their trusted aides. Xiao Yunduan was going to cooperate with Sun Bai and Sun Qian, so he talked with them for a long time. When Sun Bai and Sun Qian signaled him with their eyes, he turned serious and said in a low voice, "I am responsible for you, and I don't want you to come back to Huning City with a dirty face. That is unacceptable. I have made up my mind, don't say anything more. Hurry up and go to work. Set up camp early to cook and rest early. Everyone, disperse." With that, he turned around and left without caring if they had anything else to say. Everyone looked at each other and could only leave dejectedly or unhappily. They went to work. Qiao Xian was waiting for Xiao Yunduan with a smile. They looked at each other and smiled. Xiao Yunduan was very pleased. He took her hand and said softly, "It will take a long time on the way. You look like you are in danger, but in fact, you are saving your strength in case you are attacked. Don't worry, my wife, I have arranged everything." Qiao Xian nodded with a smile. "Husband, you don't have to explain to me. You have your own reasons." Xiao Yunduan smiled. How nice it would be if everyone was as reasonable as his wife. In the middle of the night, another crazed wolf pack came to harass them. This time, there were not so many, only 20. Even so, in the middle of the night, it caused a huge commotion in the camp. Fortunately, there were no casualties. The next day, they still found a suitable place to set up camp early in the morning. That night, they did not encounter any more accidents. However, there were crazy wolf packs attacking at night for 2 consecutive nights. Everyone subconsciously became vigilant and felt that they would come tonight, so they did not dare to fall asleep at night. On the night of the 3rd day, Qiao Xian secretly used her superpower and extended it to 5 miles away from the camp. That night, more than 10 wolves tried to attack the camp. But before they got close, Qiao Xian used her power to mutate the vines and strangled them all to death. It was not that she was cruel, but she had no choice. Although the grassland was vast, the number of wolves in each area was limited. The wolf pack and the wolf pack each had their own territory, so they would not easily cross the line. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1478, Superpower. It was impossible for the other party to always find so many wolves to cause trouble. The fact that there were fewer of them each time was a good indication of the truth. If there were more tomorrow night or the night after, it would definitely be even less. Moreover, in a few days, there would definitely not be any more. That night, everyone finally had a good night's sleep. They were full of energy, and they finally felt more at ease as they chatted and laughed. It seemed like the other party had run out of tricks. Xiao Xian was exhausted at night, so she was very sleepy during the day. At first, Xiao Yunduan thought that something was wrong with her, so he was worried and anxious. But then she said with a smile that she did not sleep well at night and that she just needed to get some sleep in during the day. Then Xiao Yunduan asked the accompanying doctor to check her pulse. It turned out that she was indeed tired and not in good spirits, so he did not insist. Xiao Xian slept for half a day in the wagon, and finally got over it. When they were about to reach their camp in the afternoon, they were much more energetic. Seeing this, Wuxia smiled and said, "Madam looks much more energetic now. Mian Mian, quickly go and tell the adults. Don't let Lord worry." Mian Mian smiled and agreed. She ordered the carriage to slow down and jumped down. Xiao Xian was not able to stop them, so she said helplessly, "That is not necessary. You are just messing around." Li Xia and Li Qiu covered their mouths and laughed. Li Qiu also smiled and said, "Madam, this was all instructed by the Lord. You went to bed early in the morning. The Lord came over several times and saw that you were sleeping soundly, so he couldn't bear to disturb you. That's why he specially instructed you. The Lord is taking good care of you, madam." True. Xiao Xian got slightly startled. So she had slept for so long. She only knew that she had a very deep and comfortable sleep, but she had not expected that she would fall asleep during the whole day. A few moments later, Xiao Yunduan rode a horse over and called her through the curtain. Xiao Xian lifted the curtain and smiled at him. "Husband." Xiao Yunduan smiled and looked at her up and down. "You look much more energetic. You must be tired." As she spoke, she felt a little guilty. Over the past few days, she had probably been frightened a lot. Although she did not show it on her face, when he comforted her, she was still smiling and comforting him instead. However, how could he not be afraid? Xiao Yunduan sighed inwardly. Thinking about how there were still so many days to go, he couldn't help but say some comforting words. They chatted for a while and Xiao Yunduan left when someone came to look for him. After traveling for less than half an hour, they stopped and set up camp. At this time, it was about 4 in the afternoon. In this place where the sky turned dark much later than in the capital, there were at least 4 hours before it turned dark. Xiao Xian was full of energy and felt refreshed, so she went to find trouble with Qiao Wei. Qiao Wei's injury had been tampered with by Xiao Xian, and she was recovering very slowly. Qiu He's leg had been kicked by Yi, and the medicine was not very effective either. These days, the two of them had been very low-key and kept a low profile. As soon as Xiao Xian arrived, Qiao Wei got startled and stared at her. Xiao Xian snorted. "I am just here to see how Miss Qiao is doing. Please get well, or we will be dragged down." You didn't do it on purpose, right? You. The veins on Qiao Wei's forehead throbbed as she gritted her teeth. "Xiao Xian, don't push me too far. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1479. Too surprising. Qiao Xian did not care about what she said, so she made a fuss for a while before leaving. Qiao Wei wanted to curse, but when she saw the two maids in the carriage, she gritted her teeth and almost vomited blood. That night, just as Qiao Xian had expected, less than 10 wolves were released to cause trouble. It seemed that they had a very clear purpose. The result of the attack was not important. What was important was to harass them and not let them live in peace. Unfortunately, they had miscalculated Rui's plan. Those few wolves were killed by Qiao Xian when they were still 5 miles away. After finishing the work that night, Qiao Xian found that she was not as tired as last night. It had something to do with the fact that there were not many wolves tonight. Maybe it was because she had used too much last night, which was also a stimulation for her power, making it more solid. Another safe and sound night passed. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. They felt that the other party must have given up after realizing that there was no opportunity to take advantage of them no matter what they did. The atmosphere in the entire camp became much more relaxed and light. Sun Bai and Sun Qian did not dare to be negligent. They ordered their trusted subordinates to pass down the order. They still had to be careful and vigilant. It was impossible for the fourth prince to only have this little trick up his sleeve. What they did not know was that in another place in the grassland, a group of people looked at the row of wolf corpses on the ground in front of them. Their expressions were solemn as they fell into deep shock and contemplation. It was the same for both knights. Before these wolves could reach the other party's camp, they were all dead. There was not a single wound on his body. All of them were suffocated to death by the neck. How was this possible? This was a wolf, not some harmless little animal. Moreover, they had fed them medicine that would make them irritable and irrational. If they wanted to kill them, they could only fight them head-on. No one could strangle them so neatly. However, such a thing had really happened. There were more than 30 of them, so there was no way they could be wrong. What the hell is going on? Strange, too strange. This. How did they do it? What kind of method is this? It's too terrifying. The group of people were bewildered. They discussed and discussed, but in the end, they could not come to a conclusion. They did not believe it. They still had the last group of wolves that they had hired someone to capture. There were 36 of them. They had originally planned to release them 3 nights later to harass them, but now they had changed their minds. They would release them all that night and send 7 people to follow them to investigate. They had to find out what was going on. So this night, Qiao Xian not only found the wolves, but also the people following them. Those people must have realized that those wolves had died abnormally. They wanted to see clearly. Fortunately, only 7 people came. It was obviously impossible for 7 people to keep an eye on more than 30 wolves. Qiao Xian's superpower had reached a level where she could control her power freely. Also, it was very dark at night, and the grass was very lush at this time of the year. She could always choose their blind spots to attack, and soon, 7 or 8 wolves died silently. When someone noticed the dead wolves and ran over to take a look, the others joined them as well. While they were looking at each other, Qiao Xian took the opportunity to strike, using her superpower to take down another 7 or 8 wolves before they could see them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1480. It happened again. She repeated the same method 2 or 3 times. When the 7 people were dizzy, bewildered, and unable to look around in time, the 36 wolves had already suffocated to death. They silently lay in various postures in the grass. Under the bleak night sky, a cold wind blew, and the weeds rustled. A bone-piercing chill rose from under their feet, making one's hair stand on end. Ghost. There's a ghost. One of them let out a shrill cry and screamed as he turned around and ran. The other 6 were already frightened by this strange scene. With someone taking the lead, everyone's mentality immediately collapsed. One after another, they just turned around and ran in panic. How was this still a shadow guard assassin with strong martial arts skills? They were just in a sorry state. Qiao Xian snickered inwardly. She immediately activated her power and wanted to kill all 7 of them. She did not dare to kill them, but these bastards were not good people. They could at least be half crippled. But these people were not weak, so they ran away as fast as lightning. Qiao Xian did not manage to catch all of them, so she only caught the 2 people who were the last. The 2 of them were caught by the grass and fell to the ground. In their shock, they wanted to get up and continue running, but they could not get up no matter what. The grass wrapped around their feet became tighter and tighter, so tight that it was almost into their flesh. The 2 of them were both experts in martial arts and could easily break the necks of others. However, at this moment, they were wrapped by the weeds and could not break free. They had just witnessed such a strange scene. Now that they had encountered such a situation, the 2 of them were frightened out of their wits. They tore open their throats and screamed, "Help! Help!" Then, their eyes rolled back and they actually fainted from fear. After dawn, the other party's group came searching. When they saw the wolf corpses all over the ground, they were all speechless. When they found the 2 of them, they checked their breathing and found that they were still breathing. They were overjoyed and quickly saved them. They were still hoping to get something out of them. Unexpectedly, the 2 of them were still filled with fear when they woke up. They did not know anything. They really did not know. It must be a ghost. A ghost grabbed my foot. I couldn't break free no matter how hard I struggled. It must be a ghost. It's too scary, too scary. One of them was mumbling incoherently, while the other was so frightened that his eyes were frozen. When he heard these words, his face instantly turned pale, and he screamed with fear in his eyes. He had obviously gone crazy. When everyone looked at the 2 of them again, their legs were already crippled. Moreover, their mental state was abnormal. Everyone looked at each other, especially those who had personally experienced that strange thing last night. Their eyes were filled with fear, and their hearts were filled with sorrow. Almost, they would also become like this. Lord, what should we do? What kind of demon, demonic spirit technique is this? What kind of demon technique is this? No matter what it is, everyone fell silent, and the air became suffocating. Yes, no matter what it was, they could not resist it. How were they supposed to continue playing like this? Were they really going to die one by one? Fear rose in everyone's hearts, and they all wanted to retreat. The hesitation in the leader's eyes only lasted for a short moment. He sneered and said, "I don't know what unorthodox methods they used, but their goal has clearly been achieved. Look at all of you. Humph. What are you afraid of? Don't forget what we're here for. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1481, Discovered Again. Remember Master's warnings before we embarked. Can't say you're ignorant of Master's temperament. Heads hung in solemn agreement as the leader continued, shedding light on the mysterious wolf deaths. The wolves were drugged by us, but they outsmarted us. Planted medicine outside their camp, and the wolves succumbed. Relief washed over the group as they nodded, finding clarity in the explanation. As for those 2, they were likely captured and had their wills crushed, left behind to sow panic. Your reactions played right into their hands. A collective sense of shame settled among them. The leader's cold smile cut through. Don't buy into their schemes. Prepare yourselves. Tonight, we infiltrate and eliminate Shao. Yes. That night, over 30 people stealthily approached Qiao Xian, Xiao Yunduan, and the others. However, Qiao Xian detected them 5 miles away. With time being of the essence, Qiao Xian couldn't afford to let her guard down. Sleep during the day, vigilance at night, every moment counted. Surprisingly, her superpower became more potent and concentrated with each stimulation. A delightful revelation amidst the tension. Tonight, a substantial number of skilled individuals, clad in nocturnal attire, silently moved with expertise. Their potential intrusion posed unimaginable consequences. Qiao Xian, however, smirked internally. Without hesitation, she employed her superpower, setting the camp stones in motion, causing grass and leaves to tremble violently. This anomaly swiftly captured the attention of patrolling guards. Birds resting in the distance took flight, their alarmed cries piercing the night air. Chilled to the bone, the guards shouted, "Be on guard! Be on guard!" The would-be assassins, brimming with killing intent and set on catching their targets off guard, seethed with anger as their vision darkened. Curses filled the air. "Bastard! Bastard! Boss, what now? Should we press on? Why bother advancing?" the leader spat hatefully. "We've alerted them. No chance of victory, no chance of success. Retreat." Yes. Exposure was no longer a concern. Abandoning stealth, the group hastily reversed course. Sun Bai and his men pursued, but it was too late. Regrettably, they had to relent. In a concealed location, over 30 individuals in night clothes, some standing, some sitting, wore grim expressions. Unease spread among them as they exchanged furtive glances. Something was amiss. It felt as if the other party had divine intervention. Despite their efforts to conceal traces during the ambush and this sneak attack, they inexplicably triggered the nesting birds, causing a chaotic disturbance and thwarting their plan. The inexplicable turn of events left them thoroughly disheartened. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know and report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1482, Could There Be a Spy? They were all elite individuals hand-picked by the Fourth Prince, capable of taking on 10 opponents solo. Whether in martial arts or strategic thinking, they excelled. Even if the other party's defenses were as impenetrable as an iron bucket, the likelihood of infiltrating and assassinating them was still remarkably high. Yet, before they could make a move, an unexpected incident occurred. How could they reconcile with such a turn of events? This was a level of frustration they had never experienced before. "Boss, could there be a spy among us? How else could this be so coincidental?" The mere suggestion sent shockwaves through the group. The revelation hung in the air, prompting furtive glances and silent suspicions among them. Each member couldn't help but wonder if someone among them was a double agent. The leader felt a chill in his heart, eyeing everyone with suspicion. He was not one to believe in chance or luck, and the idea of a traitor seemed to provide a more plausible explanation. Yet, identifying the mole was no easy task. None of them appeared to be a likely suspect. Despite being trusted aides of His Highness, the unpredictability of the human heart left room for doubt. "If there's no evidence, refrain from baseless accusations," the leader warned, though internally he pondered, could the accuser be deflecting attention from their own guilt? Despite the suspicion, immediate action seemed inappropriate. The priority now was to uncover the mole. Amidst the tension, the atmosphere suddenly shifted to calmness, surprising Xiao Yunduan, Sun Bai, and Sun Qian. This time, they were genuinely stunned, struggling to grasp the meaning behind the other party's actions. Even the experienced Sun Bai and Sun Qian found themselves bewildered. The only certainty amidst the confusion was the assurance of sufficient rest time. With that, the pace of their journey could be accelerated. Yet, vigilance remained paramount, especially during the night. Careful selection of safe resting places was imperative. The plan had undergone a drastic change. What was initially estimated to be a cautious month-long journey was now shortened by 6 to 7 days, adding a layer of torment to their stay in this desolate, dangerous foreign land. The return to Huning City was imminent, slated for no more than 3 days according to the revised itinerary. The anticipation lifted spirits, infusing the group with newfound energy as they hurried forward. Each evening, during their camp setups and rests, small groups convened to passionately discuss plans for their return to Huning City. The prospect of relaxation and rest fueled their eagerness to hasten the journey. That night, they camped on a small hill, enjoying a broad field of vision with their backs against a weathered stone wall. As they neared Huning City, the scarcity of trees made ambushes difficult, contributing to a subconscious sense of relaxation. Amidst the eagerness to return home, a lapse in attention became inevitable. Little did they anticipate that their proximity to Huning City would almost lead to their demise on an otherwise ordinary night. Accustomed to extending her superpowers range to 5 miles, Qiao Xian ensured constant vigilance over the surroundings, keeping everyone safe. In the early morning haze, the thunderous sound of approaching horse hooves startled Qiao Xian, prompting her to instinctively retract her superpower. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know and report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1483, Besieged Xiao Xian was disoriented by the earth-shattering noise. Before she could react, a piercing whistle echoed through the intermediate camp. In swift succession, Sun Bai, Sun Qian, and others shouted, "Enemy attack! Quick! Prepare to defend! Hurry up!" Under the leader's commands, the guards swiftly armed themselves and assumed their positions. The ordinary followers, engulfed in chaos, were left unattended as everyone focused on the impending threat. Cavalries approached with lightning speed, catching Qiao Xian off guard. In the blink of an eye, they were upon her. Charge! Kill! The thunderous battle cries sent shivers down spines. Horses neighed, hooves raised dust, and a formidable group of at least 100 warriors brandishing bright sabers and long swords charged forward with deadly intent. The ground quivered. Fire! 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 Both sides issued the order simultaneously. Arrows hissed through the air, intertwining like locusts, and sharp, cold arrowheads aimed straight for their targets. The camp descended further into chaos, with a cacophony of screams and cries filling the air. Qiao Xian, with a pale face, stood amidst the chaos, flanked by Li Xia, Li Qiu, and Mianmian, while A Yi took a sturdy stance in front of them. Qiao Xian activated her superpower, using roots to trip the oncoming horses. The galloping horses, too fast to evade, succumbed to the trap. Dozens of them knelt down, unleashing screams and neighs, tossing some riders off in the process. In the blink of an eye, dozens of horses fell in a spectacular scene. Get off the horse! Get off the horse! Charge forward and kill! The opposing party was clearly caught off guard by the unexpected turn of events. Seeing the inevitability of the battle, Sun Bai, Sun Qian, and the others seized the opportunity. As the opposing horses collided and chaos ensued, Sun Bai waved his hand and commanded, "Team 1, Team 2, Team 3, follow me and fight our way out. Archers, get ready. The rest of you, hold your positions. Brothers, charge." Sun Bai leaped into action, his long sword moving like a meteor. He stabbed an opponent in the chest, kicked them away, and swung his sword with lethal precision. The leader, with a single eye glaring fiercely, raised a bright saber and slashed at Sun Bai. Both sides plunged into a chaotic battle. Saber light and sword shadow scattered in every direction. The sharp clang of weapons colliding sent tremors of fear through onlookers. Screams and grunts punctuated the chaos, and blood splattered, turning the ground red. Some fell, never to rise again. Xiao Yunduan and a few guards gathered the ordinary servants in designated spots, quelling their panic. He turned to look at Xiao Xian, their eyes meeting. Xiao Xian waved at him with a reassuring smile, and Xiao Yunduan felt a sense of relief. The enemies, numerous and relentless, displayed savage ruthlessness, charging fearlessly with no intent to relent. The two sides clashed in a tumultuous battle, locked in an unyielding struggle. The chaos prevented Xiao Xian from effectively using her superpower. Unable to accurately target anyone, she could only fret internally. At this rate, a solution seemed elusive. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1484. Fight. The opposing force boasted a larger number of people, resulting in more guards than their own team. However, the numerical advantage was not significant. The adversaries displayed a valiant and ferocious demeanor, exuding a sense of banditry. Their bold and reckless fighting style proved challenging to resist. Their side seemed impervious to defense, while the defenders faced the burden of maintaining their position at all costs. The dilemma lay in the fact that the opposing party operated without restraint, unburdened by concerns. On the contrary, their side had to staunchly defend the position, as any breach, whether it led to the slaughter of ordinary entourage members or their capture as hostages, would thrust them into a perilous situation. The opposing force understood this dynamic well, which drove them to risk their lives in a relentless charge. Despite their best efforts, their men could only fight to a draw, forming an ineffective barrier. The current situation indicated an imminent breakthrough of the defense line. Sun Bai, Sun Qian, and the core leaders, acutely aware of the impending threat, felt a sense of extreme anxiety. Unexpectedly, a billow of dust appeared in the distance. Another group of people galloped towards them, heading in their direction. Judging by their speed, they would likely reach them in an instant. It was evident that their numbers were significant. Sun Bai and Sun Qian exchanged a glance, understanding each other's thoughts. Let Ai escort the Lord and Madam to safety. Rally our brothers, and we'll fight our way out. Everyone, flee for your lives. Our fate depends on luck. Let's do it. Bitterness and heaviness weighed on them, but this seemed to be the only viable course of action. Their unwillingness was palpable. Just a couple of days away from reaching Huning City, yet now faced with the prospect of death on the grassland. Who would willingly accept such a fate? The ruthlessness and lack of scruples displayed by the fourth prince, colluding with grassland bandits to orchestrate this attack, caught them off guard. These were no ordinary bandits. The moment the fight began, Sun Bai, Sun Qian, and others could discern their true nature. Sun Bai shouted, forcing his opponent to retreat with his long sword before swiftly heading towards Xiao Yunduan. The approaching smoke and dust signaled the imminent arrival of reinforcements. The ground trembled, and the distant hooves' faint neigh echoed. Time was running out. A decision had to be made instantly and acted upon without delay. Xiao Yunduan promptly rejected Sun Bai's suggestion. Let Ai escort my wife and his childhood friend. Can't you all protect me? Naturally, he stood by their side. But, no buts. If I go with my wife, we become an easy target. They'll relentlessly pursue us. However, if we separate, they'll chase after me individually, relieving some pressure. Those pursuing Xiao Xian would find no success against the thunder god's speed. Ai, endowed with strength and martial prowess, alongside his intelligent wife, held a high chance of escaping danger and returning to Huning City. The decision was made, and Xiao Yunduan asserted, it's settled. You organize the men to break through, and they'll talk to her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1485. Prepare to escape. Sun Bai stood there, momentarily speechless. Frowning, he sighed, then stomped his feet to carry out Xiao Yunduan's orders, organizing the servants. Taking hold of Qiao Xian's arms, Xiao Yunduan whispered urgently. Qiao Xian was taken aback. There's no time. Tell Ai to prepare. You'll charge forward shortly. Sun Bai will arrange cover for you. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Sun Bai and the others can protect me. It'll take Li Xia and the rest, but whether they make it out depends on luck. Xiao Yunduan couldn't offer guarantees in such dire circumstances. A lump formed in Qiao Xian's throat. Her bond with Li Xia and the others ran deep, and she couldn't leave them behind. But to Xiao Yunduan, they were merely servants. Had it not been for him, Xiao Yunduan wouldn't have given them special attention. Today's unforeseen event surpassed their expectations. The chances of escape hinged on life itself. Suddenly, Qiao Xian had an idea. She held on to Xiao Yunduan and said, "Husband, it might not be an enemy, it could be one of us." Xiao Yunduan was startled. Quickly, Qiao Xian smiled and continued, "I don't believe they're enemies. They don't need to approach in two separate groups. If they truly belong to our side, wouldn't it be better to combine forces and attack simultaneously? Don't forget, we're close to Huning City, with numerous garrisons within 100 miles. Who's to say?" Xiao Yunduan's eyes flickered as he began to consider. Qiao Xian chuckled. "Shall we make a bet?" She gazed at him with bright black eyes, a faint smile gracing her red, full lips. The curve of her eyes and the flicker within spoke of her confidence and brightness. Xiao Yunduan couldn't help but be excited by her words. What she suggested made perfect sense. With that in mind, he decided to take the gamble. Even if they lost, there would still be time to escape later. Having Sun Bai, Sun Qian, and Yi by their side made the couple's escape a manageable task. For the others, escaping now would likely result in heavy casualties, and the outcome wouldn't differ much if they waited. On the other hand, if the bet proved correct, there would be no need for anyone to escape, and no harm would befall them. The gamble seemed too favorable to pass up. Xiao Yunduan erupted into laughter. "All right, let's take the gamble. You've always been lucky, and I trust you." Qiao Xian smiled. "We are both lucky." The couple exchanged grins. Xiao Yunduan immediately sought out Sun Bai. Sun Bai was taken aback by his words, contemplated it, and eventually agreed. Indeed, the distinction between fighting their way out now or later wasn't significant. In that case, they decided to wait. The thunderous sound of horse hooves became deafening as the group of at least 50 to 60 riders approached. "Blind Sure, is it really you? Why are you here again?" Although this group consisted of only 50 to 60 cavalrymen, it was evident they were elite. All had arrows notched, aimed at the battlefield where the two sides had ceased their deadly conflict. Sun Bai, Sun Qian, and the others could now clearly discern that these individuals were from Great Qin. Despite lacking military attire, the bows and arrows were unmistakably of military origin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1486, The Result of the Gamble. Additionally, these horses were impeccably groomed, a standard not found anywhere outside the military. In contrast to Blind Sure and his companions' mounts, which varied greatly. Sun Bai promptly cupped his fists and declared in a resounding voice, "Brothers, we are escorting Princess Shuangfu and the Prince of Qingdis wedding envoy team. For some reason, we find ourselves besieging and attacking these bandits. Please assist us. We will surely repay your kindness after this." The opposing group appeared startled, gasping as they regarded them with curiosity. Xiao Yunduan rose and offered a respectful salute. "Thank you so much." Blind Sure, in apparent distress, feigned composure. He spat and declared fiercely, "How would I know who they are? I just aim to relieve them of their riches. Unluckily for me, it seems my fortunes have run dry. Let's go." With a shout, he leaped onto the nearest horse, clamping his legs together and smacking the horse's hindquarters twice with the hilt of his knife. The horse whinnied in pain and galloped away. His subordinates, in a panicked frenzy, hastily mounted their horses, some settling for whichever they could seize. In the blink of an eye, they scattered like frightened birds and beasts, leaving the scene swiftly. The young man who had berated Blind Sure earlier brandished his whip with a cold smile. "Consider yourself fortunate this time. You've had an easy escape." As he spoke, he dismounted, and those with him also stowed their bows and arrows, following suit. Xiao Yunduan retrieved the marriage envoy token and handed it to Sun Bai, proclaiming loudly, "I am Xiao, Minister Counselor of the Ministry of Revenue, escorting Princess Shuangfu and the marriage envoy. Here is my token. May I know how to address you?" It wasn't merely a matter of formalities but also a means to confirm their identities. Xiao Yunduan also requested the same from the opposing party. Given the unfamiliarity between the two sides, uncertainties lingered. What if they were deceived? What if the other party, seemingly weak, was actually in league with Blind Sure and his accomplices? In this unfamiliar terrain, Xiao Yunduan couldn't afford to be careless. Sun Bai, holding the token, led a few personal guards forward, taking the initiative to request verification from the other party, displaying a commendable sincerity. The man burst into laughter, a blend of amusement and surprise evident in his tone. "Lord Xiao, your reputation precedes you. I am Meng Wanfu, the general stationed at Baiming Pass, 40 miles northeast of Huning City, bestowed with the title of Longhu General by the Emperor. Yesterday, I led my men out of the city for a hunt and unexpectedly crossed paths with you. Lord Xiao, rest assured, from this moment on, all of you are safe." Galloping across the grassland with his cavalry, Meng Wanfu moved considerably faster than Xiao Yunduan's gradual journey. Meng Wanfu produced his identity token and handed it to Sun Bai. The moment Sun Bai touched the token, he sensed its authenticity. Delighted, he returned the token to Xiao Yunduan. Sun Bai recognized Meng Wanfu, a rising star in the military. Without a prominent background, he relied on his boldness to make a name for himself. Known for suppressing bandits in the northern region, he once single-handedly thwarted a Beihu ambush on a town, saving over 1,000 lives. This feat earned him the title of a fourth-grade general. Blessed with subsequent successes, he received 2 significant promotions. In a moment of joy, the emperor granted him the title of a third-rank Longhu general. Lacking strong affiliations, Meng Wanfu became a subject of clandestine scrutiny, with various factions attempting to secure his allegiance. However, none dared to be too overt in their efforts. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1487, Old Friend. That's why the Crown Prince took notice of him. Sun Bai and Sun Qian were also aware of it. Knowing Sun Bai's meticulous nature, Xiao Yunduan trusted that if he was fine, there must be no problem. He moved forward to meet General Meng. With the confirmation of safety, everyone let out a collective sigh of relief. They proceeded to clean up the battlefield, tend to their wounds, and pack their belongings. Meng Wanfu and his companions joined in to lend assistance. Out of the blue, Meng Wanfu turned to Xiao Yunduan and remarked, "Lord Xiao, do you truly not recognize me?" Xiao Yunduan was taken aback. He gazed at Meng Wanfu, perplexed. "General Meng, have we met before?" A handsome and petite soldier beside Meng Wanfu chuckled. Looking up, she smiled and said, "Lord Xiao, do you remember me?" Both Xiao Yunduan and Sun Bai were surprised. This bodyguard, disguised as a man, was evidently a woman. While her true identity initially went unnoticed, her feminine tone during speech now made it unmistakable. "You are," Xiao Yunduan furrowed his brow. He had a faint recollection of her, but couldn't place her name. The situation felt perplexing. One was General Meng, and the other stood before him. They were likely associated with General Meng. Both inquired if he remembered them, yet he couldn't recall either. The awkwardness of the situation weighed on him. If he had encountered these two individuals before, logic dictated that he shouldn't have forgotten them. This was unreasonable. It felt too unreasonable. Since when did his memory become so unreliable? The woman burst into laughter and explained, "I apologize, Lord Xiao. It's perfectly normal not to remember me. While we hailed from the same village, you were engrossed in your studies, either at the academy or home. Meanwhile, I toiled in the mountains and fields every day. I doubt you saw me more than a few times. You're a renowned scholar in our village. Naturally, you'd be remembered." Xiao Yunduan gasped, suddenly recalling something. Surprised, he exclaimed, You're Ding Xiang. I didn't expect to see you here." Xiao Yunduan nearly blurted out, "You're not dead." Recognizing the inauspiciousness, he cut himself off just in time. Normally, he wouldn't make such a low-level mistake. Yet, Ding Xiang's presence caught him off guard. He did remember Ding Xiang. Otherwise, he wouldn't have found her familiar. However, the Ding Xiang before him differed significantly from his memory, preventing the connection. The magical and unbelievable nature of this world left him dumbfounded. Ding Xiang joined Meng Wanfu in hearty laughter. "I never imagined Lord Xiao would recall me." Ding Xiang expressed her joy. Meng Wanfu smiled, opting not to press Xiao Yunduan further. He respectfully bowed and said, "Lord Xiao, do you remember saving a man in a coma on your way home with Madame Xiao?" "That was me." While Xiao Yunduan might not recall Meng Wanfu could never forget his savior. Unaware of the capital situation, the Lord Xiao before them matched the image in Meng Wanfu's mind. Ding Xiang's mention of Xiaoding village aligned with what Madame Xiao had conveyed. Everything fell into place. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1488, What Godly Luck Is This? Xiao Yunduan recollected the incident, widening his eyes in astonishment. That's you. Meng Wanfu chuckled. Indeed. Lord Xiao, both you and Madame Xiao are my saviors. Never expected to cross paths today. Fate works in mysterious ways, ahaha. Xiao Yunduan couldn't help but join in the laughter. Meanwhile, Sun Bai, Sun Qian, and the others were left dumbfounded. What kind of magical spectacle was unfolding? What extraordinary stroke of luck was this? Life, indeed, teemed with surprises. Meng Wanfu continued, Lord Xiao's triumph in the Primus made Madame Xiao incredibly proud. She spoke highly of your village, foretelling a bright future. I remember the person who aided me was also from Xiaoding village. Truly, Xiaoding village is blessed. Little did I expect that you, Lord Xiao, were that person. Ding Xiang chuckled. On that note, Madame Xiao is also my savior. If she hadn't secretly provided me with food back then, I doubt I'd have had the strength to scale the wall, let alone escape. Emotions welled up in Ding Xiang. Xiao Yunduan, at a loss for words, could only offer a helpless expression. After a brief exchange, Xiao Yunduan gathered that their awareness of the capital's affairs was limited. They remained oblivious to the developments between him and his wife or her involvement in Princess Shuangfe's wedding party. Understandably, the distant capital held little relevance to the border soldiers. They seldom concerned themselves with events in the capital, deeming them unrelated and inconsequential. Smiling, Xiao Yunduan added, "My wife is among the guests accompanying Princess Shuangfu on her journey to be wed." Initially, she was conversing with the princess and is currently with the envoys, so you, really? Ding Xiang's eyes sparkled with surprise and delight. Is Madame Xiao truly here? Where can I find her? Xiao Yunduan gestured behind him, and Ding Xiang eagerly rushed toward them. Meng Wanfu chuckled and waved at Xiao Yunduan, expressing respect. Lord Xiao, please. It seems we still have a considerable distance to cover. Lord Xiao, take a rest. Xiao Yunduan nodded with a smile. General Meng, there's no need for such formality. I don't possess the qualifications. But Meng Wanfu insisted, you are more than worthy. Anytime, you're worthy. Scholars like you are admirable, knowing so much, unlike me, barely literate. Besides, you're my savior. Xiao Yunduan countered, General Meng, you misunderstand. Even without our assistance, you would have carved out your own path to success. We merely lent a helping hand. General Meng, let's not bring this up again. I'm not deserving of such praise. Meng Wanfu laughed heartily. All right, let's drop the topic. In short, if Lord Xiao ever needs my assistance, just ask. Xiao Yunduan's thoughts turned to Qi. He contemplated seeking Meng Wanfu's help, given that Qi was also in the area. However, broaching the subject now seemed inappropriate. He would address it in a few days. Ding Xiang spotted a group of busy women on the hill and hastened toward them. Initially oblivious, Wuxia, Liqiu, and the others were taken aback when they saw her approaching their mistress. They quickly intercepted her. My lord, you've... Ding Xiang burst into laughter and, realizing her attire, explained with a smile, I'm a woman just like you. Please don't stop me. Where is Madame Xiao? I'm an old friend. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1489, Old Friendly Xia and Liqiu were bewildered. An old friend? Ding Xiang scanned the surroundings and spotted Qiao Xian. With a cheerful smile, she waved her hands and called out, Madame Xiao. Madame Xiao. Her melodic voice confirmed her identity as a woman. Qiao Xian looked up and recognized her. Stunned. You are. Ding Xiang spared Qiao Xian the guessing game. Lifting her head, she beamed with a bright smile. Madame Xiao, I am Ding Xiang from Xiaoding Village. You visited me that night and brought me food. Ding Xiang. Qiao Xian echoed Xiao Yundu in surprise, nearly bursting with excitement. Ding Xiang. I knew you would be all right. I had a feeling back then. I never expected this. Ding Xiang chuckled and nodded emphatically. Yes. I'm perfectly fine. Despite their brief encounter, the unique circumstances had etched Ding Xiang in Qiao Xian's memory. Meeting an old friend from such a distant place, and with Ding Xiang's warm reception, the two instantly felt a strong connection. As the two groups merged and resumed their journey, Ding Xiang had changed into simple women's clothes and settled into Qiao Xian's wagon. Curious, Ding Xiang inquired about the reactions of her former supreme-grade family after her departure. Qiao Xian candidly shared the details, and Ding Xiang, unfazed by her grandparents' response, flashed a cold smile. Hearing about the rift between Ding Xiang's family and the supreme-grade family due to her death, her eyes moistened. She discreetly tilted her head, wiping away a few tears. Blaming them for their perceived weakness had been a constant, even after gaining wealth. However, Qiao Xian's revelation seemed to dissipate the resentment, bringing clarity. While her awakening came at the cost of her life, the understanding dawned that her death would render it all meaningless. Recognizing the deep-seated issues in her family, Ding Xiang grasped that change wouldn't come easily, especially given her father's history of oppression and her mother's meek nature. As Qiao Xian reassured her about her family's well-being, Ding Xiang found solace. The news of her supposed demise, while initially upsetting, ultimately reassured her of their love. Even with a changed heart, the familial connection remained in her blood. Grateful for not having perished, Ding Xiang found comfort in Qiao Xian's words. She expressed her joy and proposed calling each other sisters. With a nod and a smile, Qiao Xian agreed, "If you don't mind, we can indeed call each other sisters. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1490, Background, Of course not. You're the wife of the Primus. You're amazing. I'm the one who doesn't mind. Ding Xiang smiled and expressed her gratitude. Sister, brother-in-law are all good people. Thank you for what you've done for my father and the others. I'm relieved to know that they're all fine. As she spoke, she chuckled. As for that family, when I go back with old Meng one day, I'll teach them a lesson. Now that our family has cut ties with them, that's great. We don't have to worry about anything anymore. Now that Ding Xiang was financially stable, she looked forward to returning and asserting herself. She was determined not to miss the opportunity. Ding Xiang expressed regret and jokingly said, "It's a pity that they're not living a glorious life now. Sigh, I can't wait for them to live a prosperous life now. When they lose everything and fall heavily, it will be even worse and harder to accept." Qiao Xian was left speechless. It sounded quite reasonable. When Ding Xiang discreetly left the village, a caravan happened to be traveling from the county to the provincial capital. She fabricated a pitiful background, claiming she was going to the provincial capital to seek refuge with her relatives. She pleaded with the caravan to take her along and offered to help in return. Impressed by her apparent hardship and clean appearance, the caravan owner agreed to bring her along. And so, Ding Xiang arrived in the provincial city. Her initial plan was to find a way to earn some capital before using it to establish herself. Little did she know that she would encounter Meng Wanfu by a stroke of luck. Both of them found themselves in similar circumstances, hailing from Heshan County with nowhere to go. They ended up relying on each other, making Ding Xiang feel more at ease, as if she had found a reliable ally. Although she had anticipated that this era differed from the more liberal time before her transmigration, leaving Shaoding Village made her realize just how inhospitable this era was for a single woman. Establishing herself was an arduous task, especially for a woman with nothing to her name. In this era, even if she were captured by a few ruffians in broad daylight, there would be no one to come to her aid. Ding Xiang proposed that Meng Wanfu enlist in the army. Given his skills, military service was a viable option. They could head to the border together and await news of conscription. Besides, border cities were likely to have thriving trade, providing opportunities to earn money easily. Even if joining the army wasn't possible, there were still ample opportunities to make a living. Meng Wanfu considered the proposal and found it to be a practical approach, so he agreed. Using some of Meng Wanfu's funds, Ding Xiang purchased several sets of clothing for both of them. She also acquired a set of basic study tools and a few books, such as the 3-character classic and the 100 family surnames. During this process, Meng Wanfu felt a pang in his heart. However, Ding Xiang explained that he lacked literacy skills. Without the ability to read and write, it would be challenging for him to stand out in the army. Learning a few words every night was necessary for his future prospects. Though reluctant, Meng Wanfu acknowledged the validity of Ding Xiang's reasoning. Driven by his deep-seated resentment, he gritted his teeth and reluctantly agreed. Ding Xiang took on the role of his tutor. As for how Ding Xiang could read, she couldn't actually read. However, while working, she often eavesdropped on lessons in the neighboring village's school. In doing so, she managed to memorize the 3-character classic. Matching the words in the book allowed her to recognize them naturally. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1491. Foothold. Meng Wanfu believed in her and admired her. Subsequently, Ding Xiang employed this technique to instruct him in recognizing commonly used words. She went on to purchase several history books, narrating tales of the 36 strategies, historical anecdotes, principles, and more from the books. Meng Wanfu became even more impressed, feeling his own intellectual limitations. He found it challenging to grasp so much merely through reading. However, 50 tales of silver proved insufficient. In the provincial city, Ding Xiang acquired a subpar eyebrow pencil, investing over 10 tales in novel-looking paper flowers to sell to the embroidery workshop. Despite the flowers appearing novel, their actual value was limited, and the embroidery workshop was unwilling to pay a high price. After negotiations, they settled for a sale of 4 tales of silver. Ding Xiang then designed 2 sets of jewelry and sold them to a shop for 12 tales. The duo expended 10 tales to hire a carriage to Jiang City and procured 200 caddies of tea leaves from Yuzhang. After 3.5 days, they reached Jiang City and sold the tea leaves to the second Dao trafficker for 20 tales of silver. The total cost of the tea leaves was 11 tales. This trip yielded a profit of 9 tales, with only 1 or 2 tales spent to reach Jiang City. In Jiang City, Ding Xiang chartered a boat and bought a batch of goods to sell at the next stop. After more than a month, upon reaching Huning City, they managed to cover all their expenses, including food, accommodation, and transportation, and even earned 2 to 3 yuan. They reveled in laughter for an extended period. Meng Wanfu was brimming with admiration and a sense of ease. Even if he couldn't join the army, he could engage in business with Ding Xiang and make a living. Meanwhile, Ding Xiang, overwhelmed with emotion, was on the verge of tears. The transportation in ancient times was undeniably grueling. Although the journey from south to north covered only a short distance, after more than a month, she was utterly exhausted, nearly crippled. Despite her diligent efforts in accumulating goods, her earnings were meager. When they reached Huning City, they still had 65 tales of silver. Ding Xiang decisively took Meng Wanfu and spent 10 tales of silver to rent a small courtyard for a year and a half. Planning to stay for an extended period, staying in an inn, which would burn through too much money, was not an option. Meng Wanfu's luck proved favorable. In less than half a month, news of conscription spread. He was promptly selected, without any suspense. However, following Ding Xiang's advice, he didn't rush to stand out. Keeping a low profile, he proactively made friends. Only when appropriate did his superior accidentally discover that he not only knew how to read but also possessed knowledge of military tactics. Consequently, he swiftly became a member of a general's personal army. Later, Ding Xiang devised a plan for him, and with his intelligence and the fortune of survival, he thrived. Meanwhile, with Meng Wanfu managing her business in Huning City, Ding Xiang's enterprise flourished. She became a renowned businesswoman in the city. Naturally and seamlessly, the two of them married 2 years ago. Meng Wanfu respected and indulged Ding Xiang, never imposing restrictions. When someone offered him a concubine, Ding Xiang wielded a whip and kicked at the door, nearly scaring the person to death. Now, in the military camps around Huning City, everyone knew that Madame Meng was formidable and possessive. No one dared to present General Meng with concubines anymore. Curious about their well-being, Ding Xiang inquired about Qiao Xian and Xiao Yunduan. She couldn't help but express concern. "Sister, you're a kind-hearted person. I fear those madams and young ladies in the capital aren't to be trifled with. Have they mistreated you in the capital? Will Lord Xiao protect you? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1492. Remember, Xiao Xian had married beneath his status, but with Xiao Yunduan now favored in the East Palace, Ding Xiang was unsure if he would become arrogant or develop undesirable habits as a result. Ding Xiang genuinely cared about Xiao Xian. Internally sweating, Xiao Xian felt stressed under Ding Xiang's concerned gaze. She had never expected someone to describe her as innocent, which left her feeling a bit embarrassed. Ding Xiang persisted, "I truly consider you one of us. If you ever face any injustices, you must inform me. I will ensure justice is served." Having no close relatives and viewing the Ding family as enemies, not family, Ding Xiang couldn't escape the estrangement in her heart. Although her parents' actions, fueled by the belief she was dead, brought relief, the emotional distance remained. Xiao Xian stood out as the only one who offered support during her troubled times, providing the warmth and comfort she craved. This kindness was etched in her memory, a sentiment she would carry with her for the rest of her life. Hearing Ding Xiang's tone, Xiao Xian couldn't help but laugh. She shook her head and replied, "My husband treats me well, he's a good man, and am not mistreated. If he ever mistreats me in the future, I'll turn to you for help." "Alright, don't forget." They exchanged smiles. Both were curious about each other's cities, Ding Xiang about the capital, and Xiao Xian about Huning City. They engaged in conversation throughout the day, parting only when they set up camp at night. With dozens of elites led by Meng Wanfu and Ding Xiang now in their group, everyone felt more secure. With Meng Wanfu standing alone, the fourth prince's subordinates wouldn't dare to act recklessly unless they went insane. Qiao Wei, almost recovered from her injuries, learned about Meng Wanfu and Ding Xiang's identities. In the evening, during their camp setup, she had someone assist her in greeting Ding Xiang. After visiting Xiao Yunduan, Xiao Xian returned to find Qiao Wei conversing with Ding Xiang. Ding Xiang, lowering her eyes, wore an unreadable expression. Disdain crossed Xiao Xian's face as she observed Qiao Wei. Qiao Wei always exuded confidence, but not everyone who seemed close to her agreed with her or considered her a friend. Birds of a feather flocked together, and Qiao Wei was not part of that flock. Sensing Xiao Xian's return, Ding Xiang looked up, greeted her with a smile, and stood up. "Sister." Xiao Xian smiled, taking a seat beside her. "What were you discussing?" At the affectionate use of sister by Ding Xiang, Qiao Wei's smile froze, replaced by burning jealousy and anger. What audacity! Why was Qiao Wei always present, ingratiating herself with Madame Meng so quickly? How shameless! Envy flared within her. Despite her previous indifference and lack of response to flattery, she found Xiao Xian so friendly. What had Xiao Xian done? Qiao Wei refused to let anyone address her as sister. Xiao Yunduan was merely a fifth-ranked official, not as powerful as General Meng, a third-ranked general. This felt like a trap. How shameless! If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1493. Wretched woman. Ding Xiang glanced at Qiao Wei and smiled faintly. Just some casual gossip. Qiao Wei immediately chimed in, exactly. Ms. Ding is so amusing, forthright, and knowledgeable. Conversations with her are like a refreshing breeze, so enlightening. Her use of Ms. Ding sounded intimate, creating an illusion of a deep and close friendship where they shared everything. Xiao Xian remained silent, maintaining a smile. Qiao Wei, sensing Xiao Xian's displeasure, felt a surge of pride. She turned to Ding Xiang with warmth, saying, "Miss Ding, you've had a tough day. Make sure to eat well and rest early. There's not much entertainment here in the wilderness, and you must have endured a lot. When we reach Huning City, we'll host a banquet in your honor." Ding Xiang, smiling faintly, replied, "We're very close to Huning City, not really in the wilderness." Besides, I'm not that delicate, let alone aggrieved. I've lived in Huning City for a few years. Qiao Wei forced a smile. You're truly an admirable woman. We owe it to General Meng and Ms. Ding's assistance today. When we arrive in Huning City, we'll make sure to treat you well and express our gratitude. Ding Xiang nonchalantly shrugged. Sounds good. I'll be waiting for your hospitality and thanks. Qiao Wei, forcing another smile, said, Certainly, certainly. Oh, I need to have a private chat with my sister now. Miss Qiao, would you mind giving us some space? Qiao Wei froze, anger simmering within her. She was about to burst from the praise Qiao Xian received, yet now Miss Ding was requesting privacy to speak with her sister, a clear signal to keep her distance after all the flattery. Ding Xiang threw a glance at Qiao Xian and smiled. Sister, I'm not an outsider, and we used to be related by blood. You won't mind, will you? Qiao Xian, recognizing the theatrics, understood Ding Xiang's intentions. Her response was clear and straightforward. I do mind. Qiao Wei, appearing shocked and hurt, glanced between Qiao Xian and Ding Xiang. Ding Xiang burst into laughter and said, Miss Qiao, please. Chased away once again, Qiao Wei couldn't bear to stay any longer. Face alternating between red and white, she bit her lips and declared, I know you've always had a prejudice against me. In that case, I won't be an eyesore to my sister. Miss Ding, I'll speak with my wife later. Ding Xiang smiled, offering no reply. Qiao Wei left, trying to maintain composure, and Ding Xiang couldn't help but express her disdain. What a wretched woman. Men seem to like this kind of woman the most, the easiest to deceive. When I see her, my hands itch. I really want to whip her a few times. Qiao Xian chuckled. Only a brainless man would fall for someone like her, so who cares about him? True. The two women exchanged a knowing look and laughed. Qiao Xian, concerned that Ding Xiang might be deceived by Qiao Wei's shameless demeanor, shared the history of their grudge. Ding Xiang, outraged, sympathized, You're so innocent and kind. It's no wonder you were bullied so badly by them. Fortunately, everything is in the past now. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1494, Anger, I knew it. No matter how I look at her, I don't like her. She is indeed not a good person. Qiao Xian smiled. Only someone as smart as you can tell what is going on. Ding Xiang smiled and said, She only spoke 3 sentences, and I already knew that she was AB*TCH. Ha, she's not much, but fortunately, she doesn't know how to read the situation. Even if I ignore her, she can still speak so enthusiastically alone. As she spoke, she raised her eyebrows. How did such a person get into the marriage escort team? She must have caused a lot of trouble along the way, right? I think she has a lot of malice towards you and is very indignant. Such a person is despicable and shameless. Sister, you have to be careful. Don't let Lord Xiao be schemed against by her. I think if she could make you sad by tricking Lord Xiao, she would be happy to do it. Qiao Xian was convinced. Ding Xiang was so straightforward. Qiao Wei was not only happy to do it, but she had already done it. She just failed. However, what happened that night could not be mentioned. If it spread, it would be equivalent to ruining Qiao Wei's reputation. At that time, it would be self-defeating, and he would have to give her an explanation. Sister, you're right. I was also on guard. Fortunately, my husband isn't muddle-headed. Ding Xiang was reminding Qiao Xian with good intentions. Hearing Qiao Xian's words, she knew that both of them were not on good terms with Qiao Wei. She smiled. Lord Xiao is indeed the primus, different from other people. Soon, It was time for dinner. There was no village or shop. Dinner was nothing more than roasted meat, boiled water to make tea, and cooked a pot of porridge. If they were lucky, they could get some green vegetables and bones to make a pot of soup. If they were unlucky, they could only drink a bowl of porridge and a bowl of tea to relieve their boredom. When Ding Xiang and the others came out, the dry rations they brought were still very fresh. Although they were hard and could be used as bricks to smash people, they tasted delicious after being soaked in meat soup. After dinner, Ding Xiang ignored Qiao Wei, who was buzzing around like a fly, so she took Qiao Xian for a walk and walked around for a while before they came back. Qiao Wei had not recovered from her leg injury yet, so she could not follow him at all. She could only watch as he gave up, feeling very resentful. She was sure that Qiao Xian had said bad things about her in front of Ding Xiang, so Ding Xiang disliked her and ignored her. When she saw Qiao Xian, she looked as if she wanted to eat her up. Seeing her expression, Qiao Xian guessed what she was thinking. She chuckled inwardly. She had told Ding Xiang a lot of things, but she was telling the truth. She had never wronged Qiao Wei. Qiao Xian did not explain her relationship with Ding Xiang either. It was not until they arrived at Huning City and moved into the station that Qiao Xian told Qiao Wei about Ding Xiang's identity with a smile. Hearing the blank look on Qiao Wei's face, Qiao Xian could laugh for half a year. Qiao Wei was so angry that her face turned pale. She gritted her teeth. So that was what happened. So Ms. Ding was from Shouting Village, and Qiao Xian had helped Ms. Ding a lot when she was still in Shouting Village. That was why Ms. Ding had been so close to her from the beginning. It was no wonder that Ms. Ding had a strange look in her eyes when she said some words about Qiao Xian. Thinking of her schemes, Qiao Wei felt both embarrassed and annoyed. That damn bitch had played her like a fool. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1495, Returning to Huning City. They finally arrived at Huning City safely. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They had finally returned to Great Qin's territory. Although Huning City was still far from the capital, and it would take at least half a month to return to the capital, this was still their own territory. At least they could stay in an inn every night. If they were lucky, they could even stay in a courier station. It was much better than those in the wilderness. Everyone had been frightened along the way, so Xiao Yunduan ordered them to rest in Huning City for 3 days and then return to the capital. In these 3 days, everyone had to sell all the goods they brought back from Qingdi. Only very few valuable items were allowed to be stored in their respective luggage. They had to be covered up and not reveal their tracks. The imperial court had its own rules and regulations that could not be violated. If they openly transported goods back to the capital, it would be too unbecoming of the imperial court. When Ding Xiang found out about this, she waved her hand and called the shopkeepers and stewards under her to wrap up all the goods and give everyone the most favorable price. Everyone was overjoyed and praised General Meng's advanced righteousness. Meng Wanfu sent more than half of his men back to Baiming Pass, leaving only a dozen guards to stay in Huning City with Ding Xiang for a few days. They would return to Baiming Pass after Xiao Yunduan and Qiao Xian returned to the capital. Ding Xiang and Qiao Xian were very close to each other, so she showed Qiao Xian around Huning City enthusiastically, hoping that Qiao Xian could stay in Huning City for a while longer. The two of them also agreed to come and visit often in the future when they were free. The distance between the capital and Huning City was not very far. If they traveled by a light car, they would be able to arrive in 6 to 7 days. Anyway, they all had a lot of time. Knowing the relationship between Ding Xiang and Qiao Xian, Qiao Wei felt too embarrassed to approach Ding Xiang again. Although she wanted to join them, she realized it would only result in embarrassment. While Qiao Xian and Ding Xiang were out exploring, Qiao Wei refrained from following them. However, upon Qiao Xian's return to the station in the evening, Qiao Wei angrily stopped her to vent her frustration through complaints and mockery. Li Xia, Li Qiu, and Mianmian's expressions darkened, their desire to give Qiao Wei a few slaps evident. Despite the provocation, Qiao Xian had no time to engage with her. She started scolding Qiao Wei, but abruptly pushed her away and left. Furious, Qiao Wei struggled to catch her breath and went back to her room, unleashing her anger by cursing loudly and even smashing a few decorations. Qiu He, who had recovered from her injuries, tried to calm Qiao Wei down. Qiao Wei, seething with rage, questioned her in a low voice, "Why are those people so useless? The sluggish pace on the road has delayed us for so long, and they still couldn't shake them off." Filled with frustration, Qiu He shared her thoughts, realizing that a faster pace would make slipping away easier. The slower they were, the more stable and vigilant they became, making it challenging to execute any plan. Reflecting on the failed encounter with bandits, Qiu He comforted Qiao Wei before heading to the kitchen to fetch her some food. Despite plans for a banquet, Qiao Wei, still seething with anger, decided to dine alone in her room. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1496, She wants to kill you regardless, even if she chose not to appear, nobody would take notice. The sight of those individuals was bothersome to her, including Ding Xiang and her husband, whom she found annoying. While Qiao Wei decided not to attend, Qiao Xian also didn't send anyone to invite her, as if she were inconsequential. The thought crossed her mind, was she truly dispensable? Fuming with anger, Qiao Wei nearly smashed the food in front of her. Despite Qiu He's attempts at persuasion, she reluctantly picked up her chopsticks to eat. Unexpectedly, at that very moment, Mianmian and Li Xia stormed in accompanied by Yi, as well as Ding Xiang's maids, Qingyun and Qingshuang. Startled, Qiao Wei slammed her chopsticks on the table, questioning with a cold face, "What are you attempting by barging into my room with so many people?" Unfazed, nobody paid any attention to her. Li Xia poured soup into a bowl and placed it on the table, gently pushing it in front of Qiu He. With a polite tone, she said, "Sister Qiu He, please eat." Perplexed, Qiao Wei looked at Qiu He for an explanation. Qiu He's expression shifted slightly. She stood still, neither moving nor speaking. Infuriated, Qiao Wei slammed the table, angrily shouting, "Li Xia! What are you doing? What is the meaning of this?" Li Xia continued to gaze at Qiu He without blinking. "Considering the time we've spent together, is this the respect you show? Or perhaps, the soup I personally scooped is not worthy of you, Sister Qiu He?" Frowning, Qiao Wei demanded, "What is the purpose of all this? Explain." Li Xia replied, "Or is it that you don't have the courage to drink it at all?" Qiu He's heart trembled, and her expression darkened even further. How did they know? It was impossible. Qiao Wei felt increasingly bewildered and suspicious. With a dark expression, she refrained from speaking. Li Xia picked up the soup bowl and extended it towards Qiu He. "Sister Qiu He, please." Qiu He chuckled lightly, saying, "This is quite unexpected. I didn't anticipate such high praise from you. Since you're so considerate, how can I refuse your goodwill?" Smiling, Qiu He accepted the soup bowl, gently stirring its contents with a spoon. She scooped up a spoonful, blew on it, and brought it to her mouth. Suddenly, she hurled the bowl at Li Xia, swiftly turning and leaping towards the open window. Her movements were remarkably agile, and she vanished before everyone's eyes in the blink of an eye. Simultaneously, Yi pursued her. Qiao Wei's expression shifted, and she exclaimed, "What are you attempting?" Unaware of Qiu He's true identity, Qiao Wei assumed Qiu He had been exposed, and Li Xia and the others were deliberately causing trouble to capture her. Terrified, she wondered if Qiu He's exposure also meant her own. The fear consumed her. Li Xia and the others exchanged sympathetic glances. Miss Chiao, don't you understand? There's poison in this soup, you're trying to poison me. Miss Chiao, do you think harming you would require such elaborate tactics? There were numerous opportunities along the way. Li Xia sneered and declared, since you're having trouble grasping the situation, let me clarify. The poison in this soup was planted by Qiu He under the watchful eyes of those monitoring her. It was Qiu He who intended to poison Miss Chiao. That can't be possible. Qiao Wei screamed, her face turning ashen. She was genuinely taken aback. While initially deeming it implausible, Qiao Wei couldn't ignore the sincerity in Lixia's words. As Li Xia pointed out, if someone like Qiao Xian wanted her eliminated, they wouldn't resort to such elaborate schemes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1497, Truth. But how could Qiu He do this? Why? How dare she? Whose idea was this? Qiao Wei felt a sudden wave of terror, unable to comprehend what she had done to warrant such treatment. Seeing her dazed and confused state, Li Xia compassionately explained, Miss Chiao, this may seem perplexing. Why would Qiu He want to end your life? The answer lies in the strategic implications. Your demise here in the relay station would cast our lord and madams as the prime suspects. They would be defenseless. As an officially registered escort, your death would provide ample grounds for accusation. Our lord would find himself trapped, unable to escape prison. His reputation might be tarnished, and he could even face mortal danger. In the grand scheme, you're just a pawn strategically employed to target our lord and madam. Qiao Wei collapsed to the ground, a thud resonating through the room. All vitality seemed drained from her face drained of color as she stared ahead with vacant eyes. Impossible, this is impossible, she protested, but the chill in her heart grew with each passing moment. She wasn't naive. Many things became clear with a bit of thought. The rift between her and Qiao Xian was no secret, and the long-standing grudge between the Qiao family and Qiao Xian was well known. The ongoing conflict with Qiao Xian was a public spectacle, yet everyone chose to turn a blind eye. Recalling the heated argument with Qiao Xian today, she realized Qiu He had deliberately fueled the flames with provocative words. Anger clouded her judgment, prompting her to intervene and stop Qiao Xian from further quarreling. It was also Qiu He's idea to skip today's banquet and deliberately stir up trouble for them, but after the events that unfolded today, culminating in her being poisoned to death, did most people assume Qiao Xian was the culprit seeking revenge? Qiao Xian's audacity stemmed from the backing of Xiao Yunduan, the crown prince's favored minister. With such support, she recklessly pursued her agenda without concern for consequences. Li Xia was correct. Xiao Yunduan was the primary target of this intricate plot. Qiao Wei was merely a pawn meant to be sacrificed. Escaping suspicion for murder was a formidable challenge for Xiao Yunduan, given the tangled web of old and new grievances, coupled with the encouragement provided. The orchestrator behind the scenes wouldn't allow him an easy escape. It made sense. Qiao Wei bit her lips so hard it almost bled. It dawned on her why someone had sought her out, compelling her to join the escort team. The incentives presented were tempting. They wanted her to keep tabs on Qiao Xian and Xiao Yunduan, stirring up trouble to eliminate them. In return, a life of wealth awaited her. Even though the person's identity seeking her out wasn't explicitly confirmed, the unmistakable hints led her to believe it was the fourth prince. She placed unwavering trust in the fourth prince's capabilities, relying on his assurance without doubt. Little did she know that this was not a path to a marriage alliance but an irreversible journey. No wonder Qiu He remained silent throughout the journey. She casually and indifferently brushed him off when she couldn't dissuade him any longer, knowing it was a path of no return. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1498. No other choice in their perception, she seemed destined for demise from the very beginning to the end. Who would have the patience to engage in conversation with someone they considered already departed? A chill ran down Qiao Wei's spine, and her eyes welled up with tears. Lixia's voice cut through the air, cold and stern. Do you comprehend now? Your actions have brought significant trouble to our lord and lady. Those individuals may not be inclined to let you off lightly. Madam has declared that from today onward, Mianmian and Mian will be your constant companions. However, they are not at your beck and call, you cannot command them. Qiao Wei remained silent. She understood that Qiao Xian had instructed them to safeguard her life, but ultimately, Qiao Xian showed no concern for her own well-being. The protection extended only to herself and Xiao Yunduan. Gratitude eluded her, she only felt the bitter irony of the situation. Never had she imagined such a day in her relationship with Qiao Xian. Having spoken her piece, Li Xia exited the room with Li Qiu. Mianmian stayed behind. Mian would join later. Meanwhile, Yi failed to apprehend Qiu He alive. Cornered with no escape, Qiu He chose immediate suicide by poison. Fortunately, the courtyards were currently vacant. Yi swiftly reported the incident, and Sun Qian discreetly ordered someone to handle Qiu He's remains. A missing maidservant would draw no attention. After some time, 2 kitchen servants arrived in Qiao Wei's quarters. They shifted the table and arranged 2 dishes along with soup. Terrified and indignant, Qiao Wei couldn't fathom consuming anything. The sight of the dishes and soup intensified her sense of humiliation. Despite their seemingly immaculate appearance, she refrained from eating, and Mianmian refrained from urging her. Instead, Qiao Wei sat there, toying with her fingers, exuding a delicate and graceful aura. Qiao Wei seethed with anger. The impulse to reprimand Mianmian and release her frustration was strong, yet fear held her back. It was common knowledge that Mianmian was under the protection of Yi, an imposing figure with formidable strength and skills. Yi was stationed nearby, and any ill intentions towards Mianmian would undoubtedly incur his intervention. However, when Yi disciplined her, Qiao Xian remained uninvolved. Hatred consumed Qiao Wei. How had her life spiraled into such despair? The banquet concluded promptly. Given Xiao Yunduan and the others' fatigue, local officials showed understanding and did not prolong the event. Upon learning of Qiu He's demise, Qiao Xian and Xiao Yunduan expressed no surprise. The 4th prince was evidently confident enough to orchestrate her downfall right under their noses. Capturing Qiu He alive had always been a daunting task. But Qiao Wei posed a significant challenge. Her safe arrival in the capital was imperative. Qiu He had strategically chosen the opportune moment for her assault. Qiao Xian's long-standing conflicts with her turned out to be a silver lining. With her second scheme thwarted, Qiao Wei could now put it behind her. Ding Xiang and Qiao Xian shared laughter in the parlor. Meanwhile, in the temporary study, Xiao Yunduan and Meng Wanfu sat across from each other, brewing and savoring tea. Their outward composure masked the gravity of their thoughts. Amidst the intense power struggle between the crown prince and the princes, even those not directly involved in the northern military affairs held their own insights. However, as the exposed relationship between Meng Wanfu and Xiao Yunduan unfolded, Meng Wanfu found himself without alternatives. Both of them were keenly aware of this reality. Originating from the same village, Xiao Yunduan, Qiao Xian, and Ding Xiang shared a common bond. Qiao Xian had rescued Ding Xiang, and in turn, they had collectively safeguarded Meng Wanfu. Even if Meng Wanfu aligned himself with the other princes, trust would remain elusive, shadowed by lingering suspicions. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1499, who's more compatible given their association with Xiao Yunduan and Qiao Xian. Even if Meng Wanfu claimed neutrality, it was doubtful anyone would believe him. In light of this reality, there seemed little else to discuss. Meng Wanfu and Xiao Yunduan engaged in a discussion in the study, contemplating the path they would tread in the future. Xiao Yunduan was well aware that the princes were patiently waiting for the crown prince to heir. A single misstep on his part would provide them with an opportunity to create a significant controversy. The crown prince, as the heir, had to maintain an impeccable image, untarnished by even the smallest flaw. Any blemish, no matter how minuscule, could spread like ink in water, tarnishing his reputation. Yet, akin to how a vigilant thief could only avoid detection for so long, there was always a vulnerability. The crown prince, after all, was a mortal, not an immortal sage. Responsible for governing the country, countless eyes scrutinized his every move, and the possibility of error lingered. Xiao Yunduan advised, "There's no need to publicly announce our relationship. Carry on as usual, both now and in the future. The entire wedding entourage is aware of our connection. Once we return to the capital, news may spread swiftly, causing potential trouble. Exercise caution in your daily actions. In the shadows, cultivate a few trustworthy aides for gathering information about the northern region. However, utmost secrecy is paramount. Cease immediately if you sense any threat." Meng Wanfu smiled, expressing agreement. "I'll heed your advice. This approach suits me well. Whenever you require assistance, send word, and I'll be at your service." Xiao Yunduan reciprocated the smile. "Thank you." Acknowledging Ding Xiang's substantial contribution to Meng Wanfu's success, Xiao Yunduan, in his brief stay, had gained a comprehensive understanding of the unfolding events. Numerous detailed reminders were provided. In the conclusion, Xiao Yunduan compiled a list of books and requested Meng Wanfu to dispatch someone to procure them. Ordinarily pressed for time, he rarely found a moment for leisurely reading. Even his wife recognized the value of perusing books in idle moments. Meng Wanfu felt a burgeoning headache. Forcing a smile, he reluctantly accepted the extensive reading list. Their discussion persisted until the moon hung high in the sky before they rose to bid their farewells. Unexpectedly, as Qiao Xian and Ding Xiang approached to ask their subordinates to withdraw, smiles adorned their faces. What an intriguing coincidence! Upon returning to their quarters, Qiao Xian and Xiao Yunduan exchanged smiles. "Husband, if we set aside our roles as mere spectators, which among the 4 intermediate princes do you believe is most qualified to ascend the throne?" Such words bordered on treason, acceptable only within the confines of private conversations. Xiao Yunduan contemplated the question earnestly, gradually becoming more perplexed. He sighed, "I've never contemplated this matter. Yet, as I reflect on it, I find there's no straightforward answer. In truth, there was no answer that could satisfy him. The crown prince was too compassionate. If pressured by the other princes, he would resist. However, when they displayed vulnerability and admitted defeat, he readily softened and pardoned them. As the potential future emperor, he surmised that the nefarious and hypocritical individuals might wholeheartedly welcome such a ruler. The 4th prince exhibited a sinister and narrow-minded demeanor. The 2nd prince had predominantly resided in the military camp throughout the year, earning considerable renown among the generals. It was rumored that he paid little attention to trivial matters and frequently fostered camaraderie with the soldiers. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1500, Gamble. However, to ascend to rulership, one must adhere to the hierarchical structure. While the 2nd prince may excel in leading troops to war, a qualified ruler cannot afford to dismiss trivial matters and casually fraternize with subordinates. Individuals who disregard the minutiae tend to be headstrong and resistant to restraint, a disastrous disposition for a ruler. As the legitimate son of the intermediate palace and the son of the current empress, the third prince carried himself with dignity. He possessed a gentle, scholarly demeanor and a wealth of knowledge. Widely connected in the Confucian community, he held the second-best reputation among officials and Confucian scholars, following only the crown prince. However, Xiao Yunduan discovered an intriguing detail. In his pursuit of a tea set he fancied, the third prince had commissioned craftsmen repeatedly, investing 3 years and over 60,000 taels of silver. Observing Xiao Yunduan's bewildered expression, Qiao Xian was taken aback. Her initial query had been a whimsical one, not anticipating her husband's transformation into a fiendish strategist. "Husband, I didn't mean to say that casually or indifferently. In fact, it's entirely inconsequential. Don't dwell on it too much." Qiao Xian gently pulled at Xiao Yunduan's sleeve. Returning to the present, Xiao Yunduan managed a forced smile. "I didn't dwell on it much, but I thought of something else." Relieved to see clarity in his eyes again, Qiao Xian sighed and changed the subject with a smile, guiding him towards a moment of rest. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Ding Xiang found it challenging to bid farewell to Qiao Xian. Mian Mian and Yi, too, felt a tinge of sadness. Born and raised in Huning City, they doubted they'd return in the future. Despite lacking fond memories, it remained their hometown. Ever since the day she narrowly escaped death by poisoning at the hands of Qiao He, Qiao Wei underwent a sudden transformation. She became quiet and well-behaved, isolating herself in her room each day. No longer did she cause a commotion or seek out trouble. Qiao Xian instructed Mian Mian and Yi to remain vigilant, emphasizing the need to keep a close eye on Qiao Wei and prevent any harm befalling her. As the troop disappeared around the corner, Ding Xiang looked at Meng Wanfu and smiled. Meng Wanfu proceeded to share with Ding Xiang the details of the discussion between Xiao Yunduan and himself. To his relief, Ding Xiang did not object. Contemplating their inevitable involvement with Xiao Yunduan and Qiao Xian, Ding Xiang decided to take a calculated risk. If they emerged victorious, a lifetime of wealth and glory awaited them. If they failed, they had ample time before the capital's changes affected their circumstances. This window allowed them to set up quietly and retreat unscathed. As long as they secretly arranged a retreat, they could face the future confidently. With resources at their disposal, they need not worry about living a carefree life. The world was vast, and communication and information transmission were rudimentary. The likelihood of being discovered after changing their appearance and starting anew was nearly negligible. Furthermore, they were merely peripheral figures. If they chose to escape, it mattered little to whomever the new ruler might be, he wouldn't invest much effort in pursuing them. Yet, Ding Xiang harbored a hope that the day of their escape would never come. If it did, she wished to be alongside Qiao Xian and Xiao Yunduan, ensuring a life less monotonous. "I've had many conversations with Sister Qiao and learned a lot about the village. Old Meng, I truly want to return and see it." Ding Xiang chuckled. Considering the circumstances of the Meng family, Meng Wanfu agreed, "Certainly. Also, help me go back and teach them a lesson. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1501. Send someone back. Ding Xiang chuckled and pondered for a moment before speaking. "I suddenly have no desire to return. However, sending a few individuals back seems fitting. It's crucial for those people to know we're still alive." "Agreed." Meng Wanfu responded without hesitation. Ding Xiang burst into laughter. "It's settled then." She promptly instructed Zhou Chong, Qing Yun, and Qing Lan to bring along 12 personal guards. Laden with a considerable stack of banknotes and a meticulously crafted list, they also carried top-notch wolf skins, fox skins, beautiful jade carvings, and a box of gems. Riding straight to Yuzhang, they were on their way. After reconsideration, the couple altered their plans. Ding Xiang opted to send someone back to visit her parents, putting on a show of prestige in Shouting Village, but they would not venture to the Meng family. All the Meng's Bei families shared the same sect, and their population thrived. The situation was intricate, and it was only their branch that had plotted against Meng Wanfu in the past, not the entire family clan. Severing ties with the entire clan would be self-destructive, erasing their roots and fostering fear and prejudice among the people. It was certainly not the optimal choice. To impart a lesson to the two families that wronged them, others were unaware of the past details. Confronting them would be challenging, considering their limited understanding of the internal dynamics of the Meng family. Hence, it was wiser to let Meng Wanfu address the situation himself in the future, a more satisfying endeavor. Not only did Ding Xiang's party avoid Meng's Bei, but they refrained from uttering a word about Meng Wanfu. On the contrary, Zhou Chong, Qing Yun, and the others traveled in nimble carriages, reaching Yuzhong Province City half a month later. It was already the end of September. At the end of September, Yuzhong Province still embraced warmth, in stark contrast to Huning City where the winds had grown cold. There, frost clung to every morning and night, sending shivers down one's spine. Go to Ko this season marked Yuzhang's prime, adorned with the jubilation of the harvest. Securing lodging in a province inn, they reserved a courtyard for a 2-day stay. Over these days, they meticulously procured items listed by Madame Ding Xiang. Since the intention was to return and make a grand display, they opted for an extravagant affair. Given the distance from Huning City, it made more sense to acquire various gifts in the province city. Each person went their separate ways. They purchased 50 to 60 pieces of high-quality silk and satin, 36 pieces of porcelain, jade, and other adornments. Additionally, they acquired 2 sets of 16 embroidered screens made with precious wood. The remainder included jewelry, spices, tea leaves, cubulos, donkey hide gelatin, flour glue, abalone, and an array of other items. 5 carriages were hired in the province city to transport this considerable load. Embarking from the province city that morning, they reached Heshan County, spending the night at the county inn. Early the next morning, they set forth with a special destination, Shouting Village. Upon their arrival, the village was buzzing with activity, with families preparing breakfast. Smoke wafted from kitchen chimneys, and the sounds of chickens crowing filled the air, creating a lively atmosphere. The more lively, the better, it attracted more people. Everyone in the group exchanged glances, sharing laughter. Over 10 strangers, clad in vibrant attire and mounted on horses, led a few large carriages into the village. The spectacle and grandeur captivated the attention of villagers who quickly noticed their arrival. Wow, they must be heading to the Shao family's first section again. Look at those carriages, they must have brought back a treasure trove of goodies. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1502, It's Ding Xiang, is Miss Chao back? Sigh, I couldn't be more envious. Naturally, everyone assumed they were heading to the first section of the Shao family. Though accustomed to this sight, the villagers couldn't help but sigh with envy each time. Unexpectedly, upon entering the village, the convoy came to a halt. Zhou Chong dismounted, respectfully cupped his fists at a farmer, and inquired, "Could you kindly direct us to Ding Xiang's parents' residence and Shao Yunduan's family? The first section of the Shao family is right over there. The largest house belongs to them." "What did you mention just now?" Ding Xiang. Coincidentally, this farmer was also a member of the Ding clan and was closely acquainted with Ding Xiang's family. By all accounts, Ding Xiang should address him as a cousin. Hearing Ding Xiang's name, he was taken aback and asked in confusion. Zhou Chong explained, "Yes, indeed. Ms. Ding, also known as Ding Xiang, is our madam." Our madam mentioned that her mother is Miss Zhou, and her father is named Ding or Zhu. Where can we find the Ding family? What? It's really Ding Xiang. The farmer exclaimed, his mouth agape, taking a while to collect himself. Go to. The surrounding villagers, witnessing the spectacle, immediately gathered and erupted. What? Ding Xiang. Which Ding Xiang? My mother is Miss Zhou, and my father is Ding Zhu. Isn't she the granddaughter of 5th Grandpa Ding who passed away 2 years ago? Pft, pft. She definitely didn't die. Otherwise, why would someone be looking for her? Back then, she was nowhere to be found. Yes. What did he just call her? Miss Ding. When did Ding Xiang become a lady? Oh my, what's happening? Is Ding Xiang back? Is she in the carriage? Why isn't she coming out? Ding Xiang, Ding Xiang. A voice called out to the carriage. Qingyun smiled and explained, our madam hasn't returned yet. She's currently occupied and couldn't make it. She misses her parents, so she sent us subordinates back to visit on her behalf. The crowd erupted in excitement, the commotion intensifying. Oh my goodness, it's really Ding Xiang. Where has she been all this time? Is she wealthy? Hey, what's going on? Exactly. It's quite peculiar. Regardless, she's undoubtedly rich. Look at these brightly dressed servants, the carriages, and horses. She must have struck it rich. I'm so envious. The animated crowd, buzzing with curiosity and excitement, grew denser. A commotion echoed, and someone shouted, here they come. 5th Grandpa Ding. 5th Grandma Ding, and so forth. The crowd instinctively made way as they witnessed 5th Grandpa Ding, 5th Grandma Ding, and a sizable group rushing over with flushed faces and sparkling eyes. Evidently, someone had hurried to share the news, prompting their swift arrival. Upon spotting the 10 individuals, 10 horses, and numerous carriages, 5th Grandma Ding exclaimed, oh my. She slapped her thigh, so exhilarated that she nearly fainted. 5th Grandpa Ding and his family were overcome with a mix of anger and greed. Evidently, they had already assumed ownership of everything. 5th Grandpa Ding remained somewhat composed. He halted the family members on the verge of clambering onto the carriage. It was too precarious, and besides, why were they eyeing their belongings as if they were their own? Naturally, they needed to step back for now. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1503, Where are Madam's parents? 5th Grandpa Ding cleared his throat, casting a glance at Zhou Chong and the others. Assuming an air of dignity, he inquired, where's Ding Xiang? Where is she now? Why hasn't she returned home after such a long time? Doesn't she realize her family would worry about her? How absurd. 5th Grandma Ding thought of her second son and daughter-in-law, who had turned unfilial because of Ding Xiang, and a surge of resentment flooded her heart. Sneering, she added spitefully, exactly. This unfilial girl, all right. 5th Grandpa Ding interjected, speaking vaguely, let's not dwell on the past. Isn't the child more sensible now and knows how to be filial? When she returns, we can have a cordial conversation and admit our mistakes. You're not allowed to speak ill of her. 5th Grandma Ding snorted, but she had resolved to torment Ding Xiang and teach her a lesson. She intended to control her and make her listen. Before Zhou Chong, Qingyun, and the others arrived, they had heard their madam casually mention the situation at home with a smile, preparing them mentally. At that time, hearing this, they couldn't help but feel indignant and angry for their madam. Now, their fury intensified. Their madam was an exceptional individual. They hadn't expected her to endure such humiliation at home. This wretched old woman's family were truly leeches. A despicable, malicious, and shameless bunch of leeches. They sought the benefits of their madam but still scolded and humiliated her like this. Truly shameless. Fifth Grandpa Ding gestured dismissively. All right, you guys hop onto the carriage and follow me home. We'll discuss this further once we're home. Zhou Chong and the others sneered inwardly. Home, my foot. What does your family have to do with our madam? These people were madam's blood relatives. Yet they exhibited no concern for her. The moment they spoke, it was criticism and scorn. How shameless! Zhou Chong deliberately gazed at Fifth Grandpa Ding with feigned confusion and smiled. Oh dear, who is this old man of yours? Our madam has already clarified things for us. Her father isn't that old. Qing Yun chimed in with mockery. Madam mentioned that her parents care for her and dote on her, but I didn't hear you express any concern for our madam. Who are you? Are you a pair of impostors? The villagers erupted into laughter. Many spectators relished the spectacle. Those with a bit more discernment likely understood that it wouldn't be so simple for Fifth Grandpa Ding and Fifth Grandma Ding to acquire these items today. Even if Ding Xiang had sent someone back, it wasn't to bestow them with benefits but likely to exact revenge. Indeed, everyone recalled how Ding Xiang was forced to leave by them. The girl couldn't endure it any longer and was frightening when she exploded. How could she suddenly become good-tempered again? What did you say? Who are you calling impostors? Damn girl, believe it or not, I'll sell you. Fifth Grandma Ding's finger nearly poked at Qingjian's face. Qing Yun recoiled, slapping her hand away. Show some manners. Ding Daolong, Ding Sanlang, and their daughter-in-law grew so furious that they began hurling curses at Ding Xiang. What damn girl, and unfilial. None of their words were polite. Shut up. Fifth Grandpa Ding's face reddened. He halted his family, furrowing his brow. Your servants. How can you speak in such a manner? It's not appropriate to air grievances in public. Let's go home first. I am Ding Xiang's biological grandfather. Everyone in the village knows. Let's go. Zhou Chong sneered. Where are our madam's parents? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1504, Distorting the Truth. Fifth Grandpa Ding was left speechless. This time, the murmurs in the crowd grew even louder. Essentially, everyone grasped that Ding Xiang had genuinely encountered some stroke of luck outside. She had sent someone back to seek retribution. The family of Fifth Grandpa Ding would likely have a challenging time today, facing significant embarrassment. Fifth Grandpa Ding hadn't yet formulated a response when someone in the crowd spoke up on his behalf. A voice proclaimed loudly, Ding Erzhu and Ms. Zhou. They left with nothing. Shut up. Shut up. Are you the only one who knows how to speak, huh? Fifth Grandma Ding rolled her eyes and scolded the onlookers. She then turned her ire on Zhou Chong. Those two unfilial things only care about their own pleasure and abandoned us a long time ago. Unfilial wretches. Why are you still mentioning them? Don't mention them again. You people. She shot a fierce glare at the villagers observing the commotion and issued a warning. What business is it of yours? Only you have a mouth and can talk. Don't spout nonsense if you don't understand. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. If you continue sizing up our family and think we're easy to bully, you'll regret it. The woman who had spoken earlier pursed her lips and mumbled something under her breath, but she dared not say anything more. The others caught wind of Fifth Grandma Ding's threat. They forced smiles and found it difficult to speak. This old woman was a troublemaker. Ding Xiang must have struck gold. Bringing back numerous large carts and horses constituted a substantial fortune. The Ding family likely eyed her with red-hot envy. If things went awry and they couldn't lay claim to it, anyone daring to speak up would undoubtedly face a confrontation from the other family. Why stir up such trouble? Observing fifth Grandma Ding's two daughters-in-law, they immediately began disparaging Ding Erju and Ms. Zhou. Go to. Ko, what do you mean by leaving with nothing? No way. It was clearly the two of them who were lazy and let father and mother scold them before running away in a fit of pique. That's right. They caused a lot of trouble at home. They were lazy and greedy, making father and mother angry. Our two families have done countless jobs for them, but we didn't complain. They left just like that and never showed filial piety to their parents again. They're ruthless. That is true. The villagers collectively stood there in stunned silence. Could they really go this far? It was a rare sight for someone to be so righteous and self-righteous. Zhou Chong, Qingyun, and the others were on the brink of exploding from anger. If it weren't for the fact that it was inappropriate, Qingyun would have spat in their faces. Qinglan suddenly cried out. She slapped her head and said with a smile, "Oh, I have a bad memory. How could I forget? Before we came here, Madam had already sent someone back to ask around. Madam said that her parents are now working for Lord Xiao in the Zhang village. We are on the wrong path. Why don't we go to Mr. Xiao's house to pay our respects? Let's go to the Zhang village first. We will visit Mr. Xiao's house later." The chorus from fifth Grandma Ding's two daughters-in-law came to an abrupt halt. Qingyun also giggled and clapped her hands. That's right, that's right. That's the best. When you see our old master and madam, ask them. Won't you know everything? Zhou Chong sneered. It's naturally not without evidence. There must be records, right? One look and you'll know. It can't be fake. As he spoke, he signaled for the coachman to turn around. The group of people shouted and prepared to leave. Fifth Grandpa Ding and his family were dumbfounded. Ding Daolong and Ding Sanlang stomped their feet, about to rush forward to snatch the horses, when they were kicked out by the guards and scolded, "Are your Ding family bandits? How dare you rob in broad daylight? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1505, General's Wife, What Robbery? Who is robbing? Seeing this, fifth Grandma Ding decided to throw a tantrum. She ran to the front of a carriage and sat on the ground. She slapped the ground and scolded, "The heavens have struck me, and I've lost my conscience. No matter what, I'm still a bloodline elder. That couple has brought a large family to eat and drink for so many years. What's wrong with me wanting this wretched girl's food now? If you want to leave, leave. Leave these carriages for me. Otherwise, if you have the ability, run over me. I want to see if you dare." The two daughters-in-law looked at each other, rolled their eyes, and ran to mother-in-law, pretending that they were trying to persuade her. But, in fact, all three of them stopped the wagon. They were criticizing Ding Erju and Ms. Zhou's family, calling them heartless and unfilial. Even Ding Xiang was scolded, saying that she, a girl, had run away from home without a word and even married someone without any matchmaking. She was really too shameless. She might be someone else's concubine, and the Ding family will be humiliated. It was no wonder she didn't come back. It's 80% likely. She's too ashamed. That is true. Zhou Chong, Qingyun, and the others were furious. They really couldn't listen to this anymore. Qingyun went over and kicked the third section of the family's daughter-in-law's chest, causing her to fall to the ground. She placed her hands on her hips and scolded, "If you two gossipers dare to scold me again, try it. Believe it or not, I'll arrest you and put you in jail." Qinglan sneered. Although our madam had a hard time when she was young and no one doted on her, happiness comes after suffering. She was lucky enough to save our general by chance, so our general married her. Now, she's the wife of a third-grade general. Ha, you dare to humiliate the wife of a third-grade general. I think you're tired of living. Qingyun said hatefully, what does such a person need this mouth for? I think it's better to cut off this tongue. Everyone was in an uproar. Source. Com, updated on. What? General's wife. What? Is that real? This is too, everyone was dumbfounded. Initially, when they heard that Ding Xiang was wealthy, everyone was stunned. As Ding Xiang and her aunt spoke, though their words were unpleasant, everyone secretly nodded in agreement. Furthermore, they felt enlightened. That was right. Ding Xiang used to be quiet, thin, and small. She was not outstanding. When she couldn't take it anymore and exploded, everyone was shocked and looked at this girl seriously. They thought to themselves that she finally had some temper. It was rare. Later on, they thought that she was dead and even sighed sympathetically. Unexpectedly, she had struck it rich. However, she was deemed useless. Apart from being fortunate enough to be someone's concubine and meet a good old master and a good mistress, what else could she do? But, the general's wife. Wasn't this too ridiculous? No matter what, they could not connect Ding Xiang with the general's wife. Zhou Chong sneered. How can we joke about such a thing? Are you tired of living? Don't believe me. Let's go, the two of you. He pointed at fifth Grandma Ding and her daughter-in-law. Get up now and follow me to the county office. I'll say the same in front of the county magistrate. He took out something that looked like a token and shook it. He sneered. I don't think you have much knowledge and don't know what it is, but the county magistrate must know it. Get up and leave. Everyone subconsciously breathed lightly, and their expressions could not help but show some respect. The way they looked at Zhou Chong and the others also changed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1506, Threat. Fifth Grandma Ding and her daughters-in-law were also dumbfounded. They were also a little uneasy. Of course, it was impossible for the two of them to get up and rush to the county governmental office with Zhou Chong. The third section of the family's daughter-in-law stammered, We were just guessing and said that. Who asked her to be unfilial? She didn't come back to see the old man for so long and didn't say that she would send something back, that is true. Qingyun wished she could step forward and kick them again. She said coldly, the general's wife has a noble status and can suppress the vulgarities and foul words from your mouths. However, if it were ordinary businessmen and rich people who have no power or influence, wouldn't you have spread rumors and slander for nothing? How can you make up for it if the reputation is ruined? Qinglan raised her eyebrows and berated, You slandered the general's wife and even played the blame game. You won't let this go so easily. Just wait and see. This matter isn't over. The two daughters-in-law panicked even more. They opened their mouths and wanted to argue endlessly, but they did not dare to. However, fifth Grandma Ding shamelessly slapped the ground and said, I don't care about the general's wife, this madam, and that madam. Even if she has become an immortal ascension and ascended to the heavens, she's still my granddaughter. As a grandmother, so what if I want something from my granddaughter? She's the general's wife, so she can't be unfilial. Otherwise, I'll sue the officials and see if she has any face. The eyes of the first section of the family and the third section of the Ding family lit up with excitement, as if they had found a way to become rich for a long time. That's right. An official valued reputation very much, especially filial piety. If she was unfilial, she might not even be able to continue being an official. How could the imperial court tolerate an unfilial official? Source. Updated on. He was that wretched girl so lucky. There was no way she could shake off the entire family and enjoy life alone. Go ahead and sue them, Zhou Chong and the others scoffed in anger. Our madam's family has long left with nothing. I want to see how you sue them. If you can't sue them, it will be extortion. Go to jail. Qing Lan said indignantly, why waste time talking with them? Let's go. Qing Lan and Qing Yun went to the first section of the family to pay their respects. Zhou Chong, on the other hand, was too disinterested to say anything more. He had already delivered a decisive blow, and the family would soon realize that their madam was thriving. Regrets and tears would surely follow. Although the process of delivering this blow was distasteful, there was a certain satisfaction in witnessing their frustration. Despite their unwarranted aggression, they had gained nothing in the end. Following Zhou Chang's command, a few brothers stepped forward and unceremoniously moved the three troublemakers aside without offering any explanations. The father and son of the Ding family were anxious, eager to intervene, but Zhou Chong firmly held on to fifth Grandpa Ding, rendering him immobile. His two sons each received a swift kick and rolled to the side in a pitiful state, wailing, "Someone is hitting someone. Someone is coming to our Shaoding village to bully us. Everyone, help stop them." The villagers instinctively withdrew upon hearing this. Who would be foolish enough to get involved in a family matter of fifth Grandpa Ding's family? While they might enjoy watching a spectacle, they were more inclined to support Ding Xiang, the general's wife. Moreover, the Ding family had a reputation for trouble, and few were willing to associate with them. Considering the circumstances, intervening seemed imprudent. Every family had its differences and disputes, but subjecting the second section of the family to such ruthless treatment was beyond the norm for any ordinary family. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1507. No one can take it away. Qing Yun and Qing Lan paid their respects and swiftly departed, accompanied by Zhou Chong and the others. Fifth Grandma Ding, consumed by anger and anxiety, found herself seated on the ground, unleashing a torrent of scoldings upon the second section of the family for perceived unfilial behavior, ingratitude, and even accusing them of inviting divine retribution. In her frustration, she extended her displeasure to the onlooking villagers, chastising them for their perceived cold-bloodedness, envy, and unwillingness to witness the prosperity of others. Her tirade continued, blaming the villagers for their alleged lack of assistance. The villagers, taken aback by her outburst, responded with boos and gradually departed. Is she expecting our help after berating us? What does she want us to do, join her in making a scene? Exactly. What kind of person does that? Well, it's no surprise. Have a look at what they've done before. No one else can be blamed for their predicament. They're just reaping what they sowed. I haven't seen a single penny from them, and now she calls us envious. What exactly are we envious of? Erju and his wife left with nothing. It seems like they still have a lot. Fifth Grandma Ding's escalating anger led her to direct her ire at Miss Fang. Rising from the ground, she intended to confront the first section of the Xiao family and settle the score with Miss Fang. Source. Updated on. Fifth Grandpa Ding intervened, reprimanding her and instructing his son and daughter-in-law to restrain her. Go home, go home. What more do you want to create a commotion about? Ms. Fang can't stand our family's success, and am not finished with her. Why shouldn't I confront her? She's the one who influenced our second son and his wife. Shut up, we'll talk when we get back. Ding Daolong and Ding Sanlang urgently urged her to silence, forcibly pulling her back without offering any explanations. The Xiao family's first section was not a force to be taken lightly. Antagonizing them could make the entire village their adversary, and the Dings had no intention of prolonging their stay in the village. If fifth Grandma Ding vented her frustration on Miss Fong, it could jeopardize the enrollment of village children in the school. The repercussions could extend beyond personal consequences. They might find themselves burdened with the yearly responsibility of maintaining white-haired wigs and attire. It must be Miss Fong. Fifth Grandma Ding exclaimed indignantly as she closed the door. They're scheming to dominate our family, unable to tolerate our progress. This isn't over. Fifth Grandpa Ding cast a glance at her but remained silent. Ding Dalong, Ding Sanlang, and their daughter-in-law refrained from arguing, their agreement evident. They directed their curses at the Shao family's first section, particularly targeting Miss Fong. If Miss Fong were to learn about this, she would likely be left speechless. After a brief episode of scolding, Ding Sanlang's daughter-in-law, wearing a pained expression, remarked, "It's a shame about those carriages and over 10 horses. Who knows what treasures are inside? Sigh, such a waste. And those horses, how much money could they fetch?" She sighed, and the others shared in her sense of loss. Indeed, what a pity. Looking ahead, these possessions would become part of their family, providing enough resources to sustain them for a lifetime. However, everything was gone in an instant. Who could endure such a loss? "I don't care," fifth Grandma Ding declared coldly. "These belongings belong to our family. No one has the right to take them away. They went to Zhang village, right? Let's go find our second son now. Even if he left with nothing, I brought him into this world and sacrificed for him. If he dares deny me what I deserve, he'll stay in his house and never leave. Let's see if he can bear to let me starve to death." In the past, fifth Grandma Ding had made a scene but was overpowered. Despite her anger, she had to reluctantly give up. However, the shock she experienced today was too overwhelming. Several carts filled with possessions, over 10 horses, and a retinue of servants, these were all part of their family. Why should she let her second son and his family enjoy the benefits? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Ding Dalong and his brother immediately regained their enthusiasm. Mother is right. Let's go now. If second brother is truly heartless, let's all stay at their house. Absolutely. If he has the guts, let him face us. Fifth Grandpa Ding found himself in an awkward position, feeling the weight of embarrassment. Observing his discomfort, fifth Grandma Ding, in a fit of anger, exclaimed, "What's with that face? Are you still feeling ashamed? Our family's dignity has been thoroughly trampled by his family. How can we have any dignity left? How many people in the village are decent? They might be ridiculing us behind our backs. Mocking us for having an unfilial son. Mocking you for being a feeble father and grandfather. You can't even rein in your own son and granddaughter. Do you have any self-respect left?" Fifth Grandpa Ding, infuriated and humiliated, shot a glare at fifth Grandma Ding, who snorted dismissively. "If you don't go to the Zhang village today, we're going on our own." Ding Dalong chimed in, "You're right, father. We can't let others mock us any longer. We should quickly reconcile with second brother's family. Isn't it great that our family is intact? It was all a misunderstanding. Second brother is just too stubborn. If he hadn't acted hastily, things wouldn't have turned out like this." "That's true," added Ding Sanlang. "Second brother is too impulsive. He left in a fit of anger and won't return. Leaving with nothing. I was merely pushing him to admit his mistake and come back soon." Who would have thought he'd actually leave? "I believe second brother had already contemplated it and intentionally ran away." "I agree." "Exactly. Why would he be so heartless otherwise? Who could be so furious with their own parents? It's absurd. Maybe Ms. Zhou influenced him. Our sister-in-law may seem sincere and weepy, but she might have a hidden hand in all this. The two daughters-in-law of the Ding family also expressed their sentiments. The envy intensified when they contemplated Ms. Zhou, once subjected to their mistreatment, now living a life of abundance that surpassed their imagination. Previously, envy had its roots, but now Ding Xiang had ascended to the position of the general's wife. That meant Ms. Zhou had become the mother of the general's wife. Wouldn't she enjoy even greater prosperity in the future? And what about them? As the biological aunts of the general's wife, why should they not share in the benefits? Fifth Grandpa Ding, swayed by the words of his sons and daughters-in-law, especially when his son's remarks struck close to home, felt a pang of regret. Even a fierce tiger would not harm its own cubs. In truth, he hadn't intended to cast his son out with nothing, it was a rash statement made in the heat of the moment. As a father, he cared about his reputation. All he wanted was for their second son and the others to return, apologize, and put the matter behind them. Little did he know, Fifth Grandpa Ding harbored deep regrets for not handling the situation differently. Reflecting on the past, he thought he should have delegated the task to his eldest or third son to invite them back, seeking reconciliation and extending forgiveness. Why hadn't he considered that option then? Determined to go to the Zhang village, not for material gain but for the unity of the family, Fifth Grandpa Ding was taken aback when, on the way, they encountered Zhou Chong and the others riding horses and driving carriages back to Shouting Village. The entire family was left dumbfounded. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Upon reaching the Zhang village, Ding Erza's yard was already locked. A neighbor, with a smile, informed them that Ding Erzhu and his wife, along with their children and mother-in-law, had taken a carriage to Shouting Village. Fifth Grandpa Ding's eyes gleamed with hope. Did he come back to find us? The neighbor, familiar with this peculiar family, rolled his eyes and chuckled. You've already severed ties. How could that be? They went to Lord Xiao's house. Fifth Grandpa Ding was nearly incensed. The neighbors, unconcerned, continued to gossip and laugh about how elder brother Ding and sister-in-law were relishing life. Ding Xiang's success had brought them many valuable gifts, Fifth Grandma Ding's heart pained. Those possessions were rightfully hers. Let's go back. Let's go back. She had to return and find them. Amid the neighbors' laughter, the family trudged back in frustration, thoroughly exhausted. Upon re-entering the village, someone awaited them, urging them to hurry to the ancestral hall where the land officer and elders were waiting. Fifth Grandpa Ding secretly rejoiced, thinking it was an opportune moment to clarify the matter. It might save him some trouble if he could bring his second son back to the family. Unexpectedly, the land officer and the patriarch issued a stern warning. Ding Xiang is now the wife of a general, a third-ranked general's wife. This is her blessing and the village's pride. If you dare cause trouble and incur the general's displeasure, staying in the village won't be an option. Expressions of Fifth Grandpa Ding and his family instantly shifted. Even Fifth Grandma Ding couldn't bear such harsh words and refrained from acting recklessly. If they were truly ousted, where would they go? Without the support of the clan, anyone could trample on them, and if they suffered, they would have to endure in silence. Fifth Grandpa Ding's aged face flushed with embarrassment. He reluctantly said, "How could we cause trouble? There's no such intention. This is because our granddaughter has found success. We are happy too. And second son, your family should come back. Your mother and I are old. Are you truly so heartless? Didn't you make mistakes back then? You insisted that we mistreated Ding Xiang and even talked about leaving with nothing. I thought it was a jest, expecting you to return after a few days. Who knew you took it seriously? Look, Ding Xiang is doing well, isn't she? You wronged us. Fifth Grandma Ding scoffed. What's the use of saying this? Will they listen? I'm afraid they've long wished to move out and enjoy themselves. Now that they have the chance, why aren't they leaving? They've long held disdain for us and are not on our side. Ding Erza's heart softened at his father's words. However, when he heard his mother's remarks, his heart instantly turned cold. Seeing the old woman about to take a harmful course of action, Fifth Grandpa Ding reprimanded her repeatedly. Shut up, don't say so much. Ding Erzu, his face pale, spoke in a trembling voice. Ding Xiang has found success, and it's due to her luck. This child has endured much to achieve what she has today. That doesn't excuse any wrongdoings. What a joke. What family would joke about casting out their son and daughter-in-law with nothing? Everyone in our village witnessed what happened back then. I don't want to say more. If not for the villagers' help and Ms. Fang's family, we might not have survived long ago. What's the use of saying this now? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Second son. You, shut up. Fifth Grandpa Ding scolded sternly, fixing a glare on Fifth Grandma Ding. Fifth Grandma Ding was shocked and genuinely frightened. Her face turned cold, and she dared not utter a sound. No matter how domineering she could be, when the old man was truly angered, she wouldn't dare provoke him again. Fifth Grandpa Ding felt a pang of heartbreak. Second son, are you really determined not to forgive father and mother? Are you truly so heartless? Ding Erzu offered a bitter smile and closed his eyes. Gazing at Fifth Grandpa Ding without blinking, he replied with seriousness, let me ask you, if Ding Xiang hadn't found success today, would you still insist on reconciling with us? Fifth Grandpa Ding was stunned, a subconscious thought surfacing in his mind, that shouldn't be the case. Swiftly regaining his composure, his face flushed. He forced himself to remain composed. Of course, I must admit it. We're family, after all. It's just that this matter happened. Ding Erzu smiled bitterly. I'm not naive. Ding Dalong was anxious. Second brother, are you trying to drive me to despair? If you push me to despair, won't you regret it? That's right. How can you be so heartless? Father and mother raised you for so many years for nothing. Ding Erza's heart grew even colder. Since I can remember, have I done any less work at home? Has our family contributed any less? If I must apologize, I've let Ding Xiang and her mother down. I've never let anyone else down. You. That's enough, the land officer interrupted, preventing Fifth Grandpa Ding and his family from joining in. He spoke unhurriedly, there's no need for further words. Leaving with nothing is a reality. Ding Erzu, what do you think? I don't have any opinions. Let's leave it at that. It's still the same. You're not going to admit it, are you? True. Second son, alright, Brother Ding, this is not a joke. Since it was decided at that time, it's not up to your family to go back on their word now. This doesn't make sense. From now on, this matter is not allowed to be mentioned again. You guys can live your own lives. I'm telling you, Ding Xiang is the glory of our village. If anyone dares to defame her or her parents, don't blame me for being rude. Fifth Grandpa Ding stared blankly at Ding Erzu. Ding Erzu lowered his head, feeling a deep sense of sorrow. What kinship? He shouldn't be pondering it at all. Looking at his father's gaze, the Ding family was anxious, but they dared not speak rashly. All eyes turned nervously and expectantly toward Fifth Grandma Ding. True to expectations, Fifth Grandma Ding did not disappoint. She gritted her teeth and said, if second son is truly heartless, we have nothing to say. Just consider it raising an ingrate. But no matter what, I gave him my life. Without me, how could he exist? He received benefits, so it's not too much for me to take a share, right? Zhou Chong responded coldly, if you don't understand what it means to leave with nothing, why don't you ask him properly? Benefits? Madam has already instructed that she won't give you a single thread. What does Madam's current situation have to do with you? Fifth Grandma Ding retorted angrily, you're just a servant. You have no right to speak. Zhou Chong shot back, that's what our madam told us. If you don't believe me, you can ask when our madam comes back. Our madam isn't free now, but she will return to check in. The land officer and the others exchanged glances. Initially considering being peacemakers and encouraging Ding Erju to provide some financial assistance to Fifth Grandpa Ding's family for resolution, they changed their minds after hearing Zhou Chong's words. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1511, Not going too far. Obviously, Ding Xiang had no intention of letting Fifth Grandpa Ding and his family off. She didn't even consider making any concessions. Given this stance, what else could they say? No one would risk the wrath of the wife of a third-grade general for the sake of individuals like Fifth Grandpa Ding and Fifth Grandma Ding. Moreover, they couldn't blame anyone but themselves for their current predicament. They had brought it upon themselves. The land officer spoke decisively, there are rules for everything, and these rules can't be violated. Otherwise, what will be the consequences? Brother Ding, refrain from saying anything. People must face the consequences of their actions. Don't you agree? Fifth Grandpa Ding's face turned purple. The members of the Ding family were seething but dared not utter a word. It was evident they were unconvinced by these words, but no one had the audacity to contradict the land officer. Even Fifth Grandma Ding could only glare fiercely at Ding Erju and Ms. Zhou, venting her frustrations silently. That settles it, the land officer concluded, inwardly sighing. In their hearts, everyone sighed, recognizing this as karma. No matter how accurate the old saying, who could predict which cloud in the sky would bring rain? Once, everyone had ridiculed the first section of the Shao family, but now... In the past, they had mocked Ding Erju and his wife as incompetent and cowardly. But now... Therefore, kindness was essential. Avoid going too far. Zhou Chong interjected, wait, land officer, I still have something to say. As one of Meng Wanfa's personal army vice-captains with an official position in the army, Zhou Chong, though just a 7th-grade lieutenant, held a status that commanded respect from the land officer and others. If he spoke, they wouldn't dare to disobey. The land officer hastily smiled and said politely, please speak. Zhou Chong pointed at Fifth Grandma Ding's 2 daughters-in-law. These 2 long-tongued women publicly humiliated our madam. They have evil intentions and use vicious words. Land officer, shouldn't you give us an explanation? As subordinates, if we ignore such words, we have no right to stay in front of the general and madam. How could village gossip not spread quickly? The land officer and the others grasped the situation. Panic set in for the 2 daughters-in-law of the Ding family. I was just speaking casually, making guesses. I didn't say much later. I didn't mean any harm. You can't blame us for this. Zhou Chong responded coldly, just speaking casually. Making guesses. Not meaning any harm. Is that how you justify your innocence? Can I also claim you're cheating on us? What nonsense are you spouting? You're pushing us to our deaths. Do you even understand that words can lead to someone's demise? The land officer frowned. You gossiping women should have learned a lesson long ago. You can think what you want, but you can't spread baseless rumors. Can't you comprehend such a simple logic? Everyone, give yourselves 10 slaps and apologize. What? Qing Yun and Qing Lan stepped forward. Since you're defaming our madam, we'll be the ones to deliver the slaps. They raised their hands and struck the two women. The resounding thwacks made everyone's hearts shudder and their scalps tingle. The two daughters-in-law of the Ding family were left reeling. They screamed in pain, instinctively attempting to evade the blows. Qing Yun scolded, "Try hiding. This is what you deserve. If you dare to hide, I'll have someone hold you down." Terrified, the two women remained still, not daring to move. Fifth Grandma Ding couldn't bear it any longer. "Second son, you two are treating me so unfairly. Have you no humanity?" Miss Zhou, teary-eyed, added, "Aren't they bullying my daughter with their slander? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible."